So Rhoda goes, have one of mine.
Well, I gave 2 away. I gave 1 away to a teacher and 1 away to Debbie Kremen. So I did give 2 away. One had a ShopRite gift card for $50.
Oh, perfect.
One had one of the Orchard, what is it called?
Oh, Delicious Orchard?
Yeah, for $25.
Yummy.
Oh, yeah. But we were saying, we spent like about $250.
Hey, that's not
All
bad.
right, I can't stay the whole time, you know.
No, I can't.
Okay.
She was like, Al, everything is just like, you have no idea what this office is. Preparing our table. And now that I know where we're at, so just pretty much everything's in one thing. But it's good. My friend Joe did it. Oh, that's good.
Why are you here, Allison?
To make sure everything's working.
Back up to you?
Back, just so nobody's stressed for no reason.
Can I do it again?
What's that?
Can I do it?
No?
Just moved from the guy, but we're with the group that.
We're good.
And he was
In the city, in the city.
So he also does finance and stuff. Yeah. Not this show, we did one. We tried to get,
I just want to apologize. I can't stay the whole time.
I'm gonna try to do it right away.
Yet I will stay for a while. I want to stay for a while.
All of it, so.
Makes one of you.
Oh, I just switched, so. Oh. Try to see how you live up in this long thing. Cindy, I haven't had a haircut since I got retired. Really? That I really. Past 2 years. To the. Have you guys been out of town or something? Yes, they were. How was your travel? Was that?
We were back for a little while. Pretty good, thank you. I want to ask you a question.
Oh, this is a little nugget, Mayor. I went into the Mexican restaurant next to, Lake Farm. And I went in there, and,
Oh, really?
well, he was
And it's been
That's
best
sponsor for the movie, dinner movie. Oh my God, I hate looking at myself. Please take that away. Yeah, he's a nice guy, he's an inspector, he works for Beast.
Where is that? Oh, next to Cookie Cup. What's it gonna be called?
A couple of years ago, my dad was
I did a lot of trying, but
I think it was Italian. So,
Valid again.
but it actually, so it actually ends with an
Yeah.
I'm gonna send it to you right now.
What's this other one? Oh, okay. Boy, when does he have time to sleep?
I saw that. I want to record it.
For this? Danny did well. Excuse me. Danny did well with Deli. I don't know why he closed it up. Oh yeah, he had those nice ladies in there. Really? They both had our special events going.
yeah, exactly. whatever.
Oh, definitely, I'm definitely going, that's great music.
He's younger. 30. Good citizen, works
Excuse me? Yeah, I don't know. The mayor was here a minute ago and said that Mary was here a little while ago. I'm not sure. No, it's Regulate.
I did, thank you so much, that's great.
Right, that's what you said. You're pointing to Erica.
Not a problem, not a problem.
You can't get that document. Well, let me just say, on the email I looked at today, I couldn't find it. Now, that may be interesting. Okay, then if you would, please.
I looked at it, I didn't look at the revised
You just, they want to make sure I can.
Really? my email, or I did something.
I just remember getting a call from a council member there 8-10 years ago about something, some dispute or a mayor or something. I had limited dealing with it. I had something that was because of the role I had in meeting shared services. That name, maybe it was Westfall. Yeah, I mean, maybe Westfall. That name sounds familiar. I gotta tell you, I have seen some personalities in the world, even when
that's funny, yeah.
being on the major parties and being able
The old woman, so like, you get it at any
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, good evening, everybody. We'll do the, why don't we do the open public meeting, and I'll explain a few things after that.
The discussion and official action meeting of the Bradley Beach governing body is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. This governing body meeting was noticed publicly in the Co-Star and the New Coaster on the 15th of December 2022 and the Asbury Park Press on the 17th of December 2022 and posted on the official bulletin board in the borough offices. I'm Greg Fehrenbach, the interim borough administrator. The reason for me serving instead of the clerk this evening is that Ms. Costas is ill. The deputy clerk is working behind the scenes, as is Allison Gavin, to make sure the meeting runs properly this evening. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Greg. Councilman Weber's out of town and could not attend tonight. So thank you for that. And as Greg said, he is our interim BA. He has extensive government experience at a state, county, and local level. We're very fortunate to have him. He's a resident of town here, so we appreciate the fact that he's doing the interim BA and also the clerk's job tonight. So we appreciate that. Okay, I hope everybody's enjoying March Madness and Spring Sprung on Monday. Oh, we didn't do a roll call. Clerk, come on.
I will get there. Councilman DeMarco?
Here.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Here.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Here.
Councilman Weber is absent this evening. Mayor Fox?
Here. Thank you. if we have any other faux pas, just raise your hands, please, because I don't expect perfection tonight, but hopefully it'll be good enough. Again, I hope everybody's enjoying March Madness. It was a great couple of weeks, and happy spring. I've mentioned this at every meeting so far, and I will continue to. We're trying to develop a more positive approach to our council meetings. So, as I've said, I've got 4 bullets to cover here. Although we should welcome disagreement because it helps us think of different perspectives, our voice should be a constructive one. We are on a journey of the brighter Bradley Beach and ask you to join us as a community. I ask everyone to gauge their tone going forward. We're all neighbors, and I know some of our rules of engagement are stretched, but hopefully we'll continue to improve that. I've got an agreement from the council to do just a 2-minute summarization because I think people can't stay for the whole evening. So, Paul, do you have anybody with you, or is it just yourself? Just yourself. Paul Gavin's just going to do a quick summary of something, and then we'll get right into the meeting.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank Bradley Beach for an amazing, amazing day of generosity for the food pantry pickup on March 18th. I want to thank the fire department and the first aid squad who, as always, just stood up and stood out for us to man the trucks that they took, man and woman the trucks actually, Joanne had one of them, to man and woman the trucks throughout town. We estimate over 300 households donated with over 7,500 pounds of donations, fulfilling a lot of the needs of the food pantry. They gave us a specific list this year of needs, which included cereal, toiletries, a number of things, and those were what were donated, which was great. In addition, they had generous residents donated $800 in addition. So it was a really super day, but it's all about the generosity of Bradley Beach and understanding there are others who need their help and need our help. I will say that we have 40 volunteers who represented the Alliance with our 2 chairs, Ed Mulligan and Dan Tubston, who couldn't be here tonight. And then there were another 20 volunteers at the food pantry. So it was really also a day to see the generosity of spirit from our residents volunteering their time and energy and excitement. I'll just close with a quote from Linda Curtis, who of course is Miss Food Pantry, who couldn't be here tonight, but the food pantry pickup was truly magical. The community coming together for a common cause was just fabulous. The generous donations stocked our food pantry shelves, our back shelves, the basement, and more. So the 75, I say thank you, and to all of you, I say thank you if you participated, and I appreciate the opportunity to give the report.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Paul. As I've said more than once, the food pantry is the most important enterprise in our town because it really deals with the key issue in our society, food security. So I very much appreciate all the work that was done. Okay, tonight we have a couple of workshops. We have one adoption of an ordinance and a number of resolutions. We've, I think, budgeted about 30 minutes for each workshop. I don't know if we can do better than that, but we'll see. The first workshop item is the 600 block parking. We want to pilot some striping on the 600 block. Since 2021, we've made a lot of improvements in parking, and we're going to continue to assess opportunities. When we made the improvements on the 600 block of 2nd and 3rd Avenue, we did say we would assess the other 600 blocks sometime in the future, and the future is now. We're proposing a 4th Avenue and Lorraine Avenue pilot, and the concern, or the need, I think, on 4th Avenue is something that I've observed a lot of, and Councilman Gubitosi lives on 4th Avenue, you can probably comment on this, but we just talked about the food pantry. There's a lot of traffic going through 4th Avenue on the 600 block with the food pantry. In December, it got to almost an unsafe situation that cars were backed up almost into Main Street, and we had to have a couple of policemen that was working the particular event had to get some backup. There's just constant traffic there, plus there's a couple businesses on the corner. So I thought that would be a good start. From there, Ben Macklack, who's here from CME, I asked him to look at another block, and I think I don't know if he came up or we jointly came up with Lorraine Avenue as a second block to look at. And our view is do it, set up some period of time, I don't know how many months, assess the pros, the cons, the ups, downs, and then we would expand from the north-south. So that's the proposal, and I asked Ben just to talk for a few minutes on it. He has a couple of schematics that are not too pleasing to the eye, but Ben, maybe you can just give us an overview.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me. So we looked at striping 4th Avenue and Lorraine Avenue with 600 block. Obviously, these are areas close to Main Street, and if you look at the governing manual, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, MUTCD, it says that where you have a lot of parking turnover, it's beneficial to stripe the parking spaces because it creates more organization on your road, and it can be more efficient. So what we did was we looked at the standard parking sizes of what a typical parallel parking space is, and we also looked at the Title 39, which is the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Regulations standards, and you have certain restrictions of where you can park. You're not allowed to park 50 feet from a stop bar, 25 feet from a crosswalk, or if in the absence of a stop bar or a crosswalk, 25 feet from an intersecting street line, and also 10 feet from a fire hydrant. So couple that with the amount of driveways we have on each of these streets, which you can't park in front of, we put together a striping plan. So the minimum parking space size is 8 feet wide in all cases, and 22 feet wide when you're parallel parked on the side of the road, and it can be reduced down to 20 feet if you're on an end space. So in a case where you are parked up against a driveway, you can have a 20-foot minimum parking space. If you're on both parking spaces on both sides, you have minimum 22. So by doing that, we laid out how many spaces we could get on each of these roads. 4th Avenue was, I believe there's 29 spaces, and I know apologize, it's probably hard to read on that that image on the screen. 29 spaces on 4th Avenue, Lorraine Avenue, we can get 22 spaces. And that's the the conceptual plan that we came up with. What we also did was we mimicked what was done on 2nd and 3rd Avenue. This is the same, essentially the same design intent that was already exists in town. So we're looking to continue that same design to hopefully be able, if as you say, this is a pilot program and it is successful, hopefully we can implement this on all streets in town and go from there.
Yeah, I think my view initially is, and we'll certainly open up for discussion, is the 600 block because of Main Street. If you start in the middle of town and kind of go even north or south, that's probably the way to go. I don't know if we want to go a couple blocks at a time after that, or just go across the 600. I think Councilman Weber brought up the 700 block. I'm not as aware of issues there because it's not so much a throughput kind of deal, but I would view, we're trying to get 4th Avenue paved. We're going to get it paved. The question is it early spring or mid-spring? We wouldn't do any line until after that, certainly. We want a line and then pave over. But I think we can get started. So I'll just open it up for council comments or points.
I have a question. I sent you an email. I know on 2nd Avenue, they have a loading zone till 2 p.m. And right now on 4th Avenue, there's 10-minute parking. And I think the loading zone works very well on 2nd Avenue because we're not blocking driveways or Main Street. I know we talked about maybe an ordinance for that and, I think that's a great idea to maybe throw that in the mix.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. It's, you know, typically a request like that, and I emailed you back, and I'll tell the rest of the council, typically a request like that comes from the police department.
Right.
You know, restricting parking, they need to have an ordinance on the books in order to enforce it.
Right.
So that's typically how that process works.
Right, and that'd be a next step to sit down with them. They know we're going, moving with this, but we haven't done some of the intricacies.
Right. Yeah, and like I said, this is a conceptual plan at this point. Nothing's set in stone. We're here for you know, discussion and to come up with whatever ideas the council has.
Okay. Councilman, question?
So one of these 600 blocks is my 600 blocks, so thank you for the effort, Ben. A couple comments. One, I love that we're having a workshop. I think workshops are good. We probably didn't do this as well as we should have when we undertook a similar exercise for Newark Avenue a year or so ago. And two, you know, my sense of what you've prepared, it's very thorough. It looks, you know, very professional, very well done. So thank you for that effort. But if I had a concern I want to raise with the public, it's that I'm not as comfortable with just randomly picking out a couple streets and saying, hey, let's continue this project, this thought of over time building out our 600 blocks. I would rather, I kind of look at this as, you know, ready, fire, aim, as opposed to ready, aim, fire, because I'd like us to have a workshop with the entire council and the public discussing the value of delineated parking in general, you know, striping, where it should be, where it shouldn't be. I'd like to, we looked a couple of years ago, or started to look at least at Main Street. I understand there are a lot of restrictions relative to state highways and so forth. But the concept is the same, and I feel the borough gets ourselves in trouble a lot by looking at problems very myopically. And to just, like for example, I mean, Lorraine, I don't know, the mayor said some combination of the two of you guys came up with that. My understanding is we still have to do sewer work on Lorraine, right?
Correct.
So we probably, if we were going to start striping tomorrow, we probably, even though you've done a very nice job of laying it out, we probably wouldn't want to do striping knowing that a year or so from now we'll be tearing up Lorraine. Is a thought.
That's a valid point. When you consider the cost of striping compared to you know, the sewer project overall, it's a very minimal cost. In the interim, if you were to stripe the road now and then have to restripe it again a year from now, a year and a half from now, you would still be getting the benefits of that work from that, you know, during that time.
And I appreciate that, but I think it just goes to the point that I was trying to make, which is having more of a strategic plan and then implementing on that plan and agreeing that striping makes sense everywhere, somewhere, but do it all at once. Assess all the variables at once. So I am, in general, a fan of delineated parking. I say in general because there's always challenges, exceptions. I mean, the first question I do plan to ask you about 4th Avenue, and this is one of the challenges as a council I think we face, is our residents are going to say to us, if we wanted to move forward with, say, 4th Avenue, why are you picking on me? Why only 4th Avenue? Why are you looking at everybody else? That's exactly what Newark residents said a year or so ago. So, again, I like the framing of the broader strategic plan. But, specific to 4th Avenue, do you have any sense, did you attempt to calculate whether we were gaining or losing parking as a result of the delineated parking?
Well, because it's not delineated now, it's hard to gauge how many people actually park on these roads. Outside of just going there on the busiest day and counting the number of cars that are on the street. You know, you look at what the standards are, and we're able to calculate how many cars can fit there legally, you know, according to what the design requirements are.
What is the standard length? You mentioned you were allowing 3 feet on each end of the driveway, correct?
Yes. We want to allow a little maneuverability for.
And what's the standard size of, is there standard size, and if so, what is it for the parking spaces? 23 feet long?
22 feet long, and 20 feet on the end of a road. So if you have a space, a blank space next to you, such as a driveway where there is no parking, you're allowed to shrink it down to 20 feet.
Just your engineering expertise, I've heard that there are studies that exist, I haven't seen them, that suggest that oftentimes with delineated parking, you can actually increase parking space because you eliminate a lot of the inefficient parkers, the people who quote unquote take up 2 spaces, that kind of thing.
Correct.
But based on your expertise, do you have a sense, or would the borough, would the borough benefit generally? And the reason I'm asking, it's kind of a loaded question. We are such a, small beach communities like ours, especially in the summer, people are parking in, 11 foot long, 10 foot long. I mean, I don't know how they get into some of these spots. And half of them park halfway across the end of my driveway. So I like the idea of delineation. But that said, some folks would say in an environment like ours, we might be better served letting the parkers figure out the most efficient way of parking. So I go out and I yell at the guy who's blocking the end of my driveway. But if that person backs up 4 feet and they're no longer blocking my driveway, they may get 3 spots in front of my house, whereas 22-foot lanes would only allow 2 spots. So I'm asking the question from your standpoint. If you can you say in general delineated parking saves space?
Well, I think you bring up a good point. And in cases on a Saturday in July, you're going to fit a lot more cars, along from in the 100 and 200 block, where people are just going to kind of squeeze themselves in as much as possible so they get close to the beach. And I think that's a different scenario than the 600 block near Main Street, because you have a lot more turnover in the parking. People park, go into a shop for 15, 20 minutes, and then leave, or go get a bite to eat, a lunch, and they're there for half an hour, as opposed to at the beach they're there for 2, 3, 4 hours maybe, and then they're leaving. So when you have that more turnover, like we do at Main Street and at the 600 block, it can become that greater efficiency by striking the spaces can be more impactful in that case.
I have 2 other quick questions. They actually are both 4th Avenue questions. But I did look at Lorraine, and Lorraine looked, to me, pretty clean. I mean, based on the way you lay things out. God bless you. I truly did look at it, in case anyone's wondering if I have a bias towards 4th Avenue or 600 block. But 2 other questions on 4th Avenue. One is, you wouldn't necessarily know this, but we've had a history of traffic safety concerns regarding the alley that runs behind Darcy's and a number of the shops there, and it exits out onto 4th Avenue. And it didn't look, but I could be wrong, it didn't look like we had allowed for perhaps wider turn radiuses or anything that might enhance safety. Is that something you considered?
Yeah, so it's actually on the screen there now. You can see the on the left side of the plan, right behind that white building, there's kind of a delineated, essentially it looks like a driveway, but it is an alley, and we use the same standard, keeping 25 feet of no parking from the edge of that alley, which is the New Jersey state standard. So you would be increasing the visibility there by doing that.
Now I can see, I can't see from here, but the 25 feet, I thought that was from from Main Street, the curb at Main Street, but coming out of the driveway itself, you're making a left-hand turn or a right-hand turn. Is the parking that comes within 3 feet of the apron?
Currently, yeah, people park right up to that alleyway.
So that when we get to a point of considering this, for final action, that might be. Is that something we could create more space? Could we make it 5 feet instead of 3 on that one driveway?
Yeah, well, the way we're showing it now, it's 25 feet. So we're treating it as a municipal road.
You are 25 feet.
Yes.
Okay, so we're definitely losing spaces then.
Yes.
Okay. I saw the 25. I thought that was a side triangle for Main Street. but you're saying it's,
Yeah, so the standard is 25 feet from any two intersecting roads. There's no parking.
the other question is just, that I wasn't sure what was happening on across the street, on the north side of the street, far east corner. You know, we have a business there that has curb cuts. So I know there's some, that right now they're using that space for outdoor dining. But at some point, should they revert back to, you know, those being curb cuts for parking in their driveway? It didn't look like there's any parking there. Can you just explain what's happening?
Yeah, so what we did was we utilized the existing curb cut that's there and considered that as a driveway. We didn't want to show anything, a parking space in front of the depressed curb. That's, you know, that's not the way it's supposed to be done. You also have to include a 50-foot no parking area from the stop sign. So when you couple that 50 feet, plus it's a very wide driveway there, there's not enough room to get one spot in there. So it does look like a big blank space in front of that business. But my understanding is that the parking lot there in that fronts onto 4th Avenue has been converted into outdoor seating. So the driveway is not necessarily utilized the way it used to be. So there could be modifications as long as we can get a confirmation from the business owner that, you know, we could redo part of their driveway apron, maybe shorten the depressed curb, and then we could get either an additional 1 or 2 parking spaces depending on how much space there is.
Yeah, I think that's probably doable, given that they're not going back to that drive. They're not going to make a parking lot there.
Right.
That's my understanding. They're going to stay as an online business.
Again, everything on Lorraine looked pretty copacetic to me, but can you share with us, were there any challenges you faced in Lorraine, and if so, what were they and what did you do to address them?
Well, the main thing on Lorraine, kind of the same thing on 4th Avenue, just trying to fit as many spaces we could without impacting people's driveways. And, you know, originally, we had just laid out 22-foot wide spaces, and that didn't result in as many spaces as we could get. We went back to our, you know, design manuals and consulted a couple different things and realized that we could take advantage of shortening the spaces to 20 feet when they abutted against a driveway apron. So that enabled us to fit a few more spaces where we originally couldn't. And, you know, it's difficult to say where there's, you know, 19 feet, no, we can't put a parking space here. But according to the you know, the federal and state standards, that doesn't allow for a parking space.
And this has come up in past conversations. This is not my original thought, but is there such a thing as federal and state standards, motorcycle parking? Like, can you have an intentionally smaller space designed for a smaller vehicle?
You can, yes, and I've seen that. I think I've seen it in Asbury Park, I know, and that's definitely something that can be implemented if that's desired.
Yeah, that's my question.
Okay, thank you. Council President. Okay, we'll open it for the public for 5 or 10 minutes. Yes. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere.
Nope.
Hi, Julie Titus, 605 North Avenue. Yes, North Avenue. I know you want to pilot this on other blocks, but we still haven't finished on North Avenue yet. And especially the 600 block on North Avenue was supposed to be sandblasted with all the markings because they use standardized measurements on a non-standardized street. We get blocked in, our driveways. There was no communication. I know I met with Ms. Humphrey and Mr. Cafone came to my house and everything because we were all shocked when this was done. So there was no communication, and then we were told that it was gonna be sandblasted, that this was gonna be removed. I'm all for, spaces, that's not, because we need organization. But all the different, there's no rhyme or reason as to what the size of the spaces are. We have a very narrow street, it's a one-way street. People have driveways, cannot get in and out of their driveways. Talk about a safety hazard. I have been in situations where I've had almost multiple accidents because I cannot see to the right of me what's coming down from the streets. And I cannot get in and out of my driveway. And the question I have is, if you have a space, and here's the white line, does your tire have to be in the space, or does the bumper have to be in your space? Because I've had people yell at me saying that their bumper can be over the space. If what,
I'll
Ben,
defer to
do you know
Lieutenant
what-
Browning on that.
Do we know what that is?
I'll defer to them to the police officer.
I have to double check for sure, but it really, realistically, the car should be in.
Well, that's not what's going on, and there is no rhyme or reason as to how much space is to an apron. You know, we as taxpayers, you know, bought properties with driveways to be able to use them. That was a real estate decision that I made, and it cost me more money to do so. This past summer, my guests did not park in my driveway, and I have a very large driveway, as everybody knows, because they could not get in and out of the driveway. You have to back in, but you can't even make the swings to get in and out of the driveway. Now, Ms. Humphries, our former VA, and Mr. Cofone, and I believe some other people, did trial runs trying to get in and out, and they realized they couldn't do it. They can't swing. So before you go down doing pilots everywhere else, let's clean up what we have right now instead of spending money. And I would also recommend do not put down that heavy tar marking if you're doing a pilot, just spray it.
No, we're not.
Because that is, because if it was sprayed, and again, nobody knew that this was going to happen because the first 2 blocks were only supposed to be piloted on Newark Avenue. And then all of a sudden, we've got parking all over the place, spots. Again, I'm all for it, but it has to be done smart, it has to be common sense, and everything has to be done the right way. And, you know, and again, if we're gonna be repaving these roads and tearing them up for sewers, let's not even spend the money, and I disagree with Ben saying it's minimal cost. Cost is cost. We're facing huge tax increases. I don't wanna be spending money frivolously. If these roads are not done, we should not be doing anything on these roads until the sewers are complete. That's just money going out the door, you know, $5,000, $10,000, whatever it means. That's $5,000, $10,000 coming out of our tax-paying pocketbooks here. It's not a blank check, and it's just not easy for people to say minimal cost. So I want us to stop, have a well-thought-out plan, and also we need a parking plan. We've been talking about this for years. We need strategic parking. We've got commercial vehicles all over the place. I mean, it's a disaster. So before you start doing it, and again, I'm all for this, Mr. Mayor, I'm all for it. But let's have a comprehensive plan and not just do this one-off willy-nillys while we're doing it. And pump the brakes until we get Newark Avenue fixed, because that's gonna be a big expense. And that should be our priority, because Newark Avenue didn't forget that this was supposed to be taken care of. So let's put that back on the radar and get that done first. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Eileen Shishias, 112 4th Avenue. Not to digress from Lorraine Avenue on 4th Avenue, but I welcome the idea of a better plan throughout town. My big concern is Ocean Avenue. When you pull out of, let's say, 4th Avenue, 3rd Avenue, and you want to make a left-hand turn, you have to go halfway into the lane before you can see a car coming down the road. Somebody is going to get T-boned, or a bicyclist, somebody is going to get killed. It's only a matter of time. I noticed that Spring Lake has their parking on the west side of the street of Ocean Avenue. It's parallel parking. It's not diagonal parking. And it is a better visual for you to be able to pull out and make that left-hand turn.
It's an accident waiting to happen, and nobody deserves to get hurt. And there's, okay, that's enough, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, Linda Duffy, 312 Brinley. Thank you very much for this presentation today. Ben, could you please put up the last slide that you had? I don't understand the side triangles that you had there, because are they the same for one-way streets, which we have running north and south in town, and the side triangles running on the north and south streets, depending on which way you go, you cannot see around the corner. So I just want to see where does it start? Just point, because it's hard to see from back there.
Sure. So there's not any specific site triangles, but what we're talking about is a distance of no parking from the crosswalk, 25 feet here, and no parking 50 feet from a stop bar, so 50 feet here. Now, when I'm talking about this alley in the back here, it's 25 feet in both directions that way, if no parking.
Okay, can I just go there? Can I look down and point to something? It's up to you, can I? Okay.
Thanks so much.
So I'm looking at this street runs north to south, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes.
So
Is
it's
that
20,
Is that Hammond? Then?
That's Hammond Ave.
Okay.
so
Try to-
from this side of the crosswalk, 25 feet in. This side doesn't have to be 25 feet because no one's going that way.
It's still 25 feet from any crosswalk on either side of the street.
All right, so what is it existing now?
It's less than that.
It's much less than that on every single street in this town?
Yes.
Okay, I just
I
wanted
would
to
say the
make that
majority,
clear.
yes, the majority.
Yes.
Yeah. There's
Okay.
some that have been fixed, yeah.
Well, I don't, it's only by the school and the church that really,
Yeah.
it's 25 feet.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make that,
Yep.
people aware of that. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Ben, I just had a couple questions. The residential site improvement standard spaces are 9 by 19, but this is a thoroughfare standard based on the Title 39 that you're using?
9 by 19 would be for head-on parking.
Okay.
Parallel parking, you need a little more space.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Mayor, I've asked you numerous times about delineating Main Street. You said there was something in process, and now we haven't heard anything. Now we hear this. So is that off? Where is that? You told me that was in process.
It is in process.
So where is it? Because that's very important also.
Yeah, Ben started looking at that for us.
Okay. And then about this business on the corner, that business has existing parking, and they have the permit until November, at the end of November 2024, and then it should revert back to parking. It shouldn't, you don't have the ability to give a variance. That's a land use issue,
Yeah.
not an engineering issue.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure it's not going to be done and then say, oh, well, we did it without going to the zoning board, the land use board, you know. The loading docks are a great idea, but I would say not doing Lorraine would be a good idea, and instead focus on the 700 block of 4th Avenue and possibly the 700 block of 3rd Avenue, because there can be much more organization in those places, which would also assist Main Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Nancy Mayo, Ocean Park condominiums. I'm for marked parking. Doesn't really affect me. I just think it makes things more clear. However, it is more complicated this evening since we can't get an understanding as to our law as to what part of the car needs to be inside the lines. I find that disturbing that we don't have a clear answer. I know Belmar's answer. And yes, I think it's a great idea to have smaller spaces, to utilize smaller space for things that are not vehicles but could park there. It's not just when you make a left onto Ocean Avenue that it's dangerous, so you make a right. And I know this because every morning in the summer, I move the red cones so that the people driving to the beach don't have to pull halfway out into the street to make a right. It is disturbing, and I applaud Mr. Cohen's comments regarding the business on Fourth Avenue that has taken their eatery and turned it into a sidewalk cafe, which the record shows I was against renewing. How can you foresee into the future that they want to give up their parking lot? How can you foresee in the future that all of you will be here to cast the same vote to renew this? Is it one of those deals that are going to go on behind closed doors? It's very disturbing, to say the least. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes. And we'll make this the last one. I was talking with Zoom.
Henry Nachos, 209 Third. Yeah, I was just walked in. I was surprised. I didn't know that you were going to talk about this, but I was just curious. What does a project like this cost? You know, the paint, the engineering, everything. What would that cost?
I don't know the exact.
Well, that's what we have to figure out first. Because have you seen the article? Did you see the article that we're way over budget? I guess maybe you've read it. So the first thing you got to do is figure out what something costs, and then we go to see if we can afford it or not. Because that's where we are right now. There's a lot of people that are, you know, concerned about the taxes. So when we come up with a price, what this is going to cost across the town, then you can continue. That's the way. That's how you do a project.
We're not talking about across the town right at this moment. So
okay. Well, what is it then?
We're only talking about 2 blocks.
Okay. Well, it's going to cost. How much does it cost for 2 blocks?
I can't tell you that, but
that's what we need to know. Okay.
We will know that soon.
Because the thing is, you know, you're going to have to say no on something sooner or later.
Absolutely.
Just because you think something's good. Because some things, I've been most successful in my life by doing nothing on a lot of things. And I would like you to be successful. So let me tell you, you know what, sometimes the least you do, the more successful you can be. And the parking has been fine for 100 years, okay? There might be a few more cars. Am I concerned about how many parking spots Darcy's needs? Not really. They could take their tent down and they could have 10 or 12 more, right? So maybe we should start there, okay?
Okay, thank you. Can we switch to, Michelle, I can't see if there's anybody on Zoom with a question, but we're really kind of running over a little bit here. Okay, well, why don't we?
We have one on Zoom.
A question?
Yes.
Okay. Could they ask it?
Your hand is
Yeah,
up.
hi. I don't know if you can hear me. Nobody
Yes,
said
we
my
can
name,
hear you.
but my
We
name
can hear you fine.
Okay, it's Leah Mullen from 302 Fourth Avenue. I was glad that Julie made all the statements that she did regarding Newark and the project itself needing to have a plan. But what's so shocking is the last gentleman that went, and he specifically asked how much it is going to cost, and even to just do 2 blocks, no one in council, including the mayor, is not able to tell us what the cost is. I don't know that it's good to say do nothing and be successful in life, but I think he made a very valid point that if you're going to do any projects, even if it's good for the town, before it's presented, you really should have the numbers to present to us as taxpayers in such meetings like this. I'm just blown away by that.
Okay.
I'm all for the striping of the spots. I think it's a good idea, but if it's going to be cost prohibitive, given the proposed or whatever is finalized on this budget, where we all are getting huge increases, 20% is huge. I don't know that we first have to figure out what's a priority. I think what Julie stated, and which I was not fully aware of until, I guess I always heard there were problems on Newark, but the fact that somebody can't use their own driveway, the town needs to fix that. If the town was the persons that broke it to begin with, she didn't purchase her house to not be able to use her driveway. I also am concerned that we're going to start doing this, wasting the money when our streets are not paved, and there's a sewer project that's going to happen in the future. Why do we want to spend the money twice? And again, communicating to the residents, especially those that live on those blocks or those streets, has to be there. And there has to be the safety issues that are of concern. I mean, I know myself sometimes I'm just crossing streets in town to not drive on Main Street, and I can't cross because there's cars parked on the edges of the corners, and I always say it's probably safer to just go on Main Street. So line of sight has to be taken into consideration. I think it's been addressed in this meeting, but everybody's had to say it, so I'm thinking somehow it gets overlooked in past projects. And that's all I have to say. I'd appreciate the response on the finances of this, though.
Ms. Mullen, this is Al Gubitosi. Just, I applaud your comments as well as those of others in the audience. But just as a point of clarification, we, the council, I think, are really trying very hard to maximize transparency to all of our residents. So we create these things we call workshops, so we can talk about ideas before right now we are nowhere near implementing this, and I would think before the mayor came to the council and said, okay, we want to implement, he would certainly have costs for us. But at this point, it's more a bit of pie in the sky brainstorming, if you will. And I think you heard us raise questions and concerns, as well as, you know, questions about the design. So we're nowhere near implementing, but we're at least exploring the option.
Yeah, that's correct.
And thank you, Al. The gentleman who gave the presentation, as a part of his presentation for the pilot of 2 blocks, it should be part of his presentation in a workshop. I think we pay him to do the presentation, so as part of his services, he should include that in the workshop.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because I don't want it to come to vote. I don't want it to come to vote when the price is already out there and then everybody just votes for it to get it off the docket.
Yep.
That doesn't make sense. It should be part of the workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move to the second workshop on improved beach access. Could we get that presentation up, please? So while it's coming up, so when we reviewed beach lockers last month, we mentioned we were considering additional improvements to beach access. We started with, we got feedback that it would be good to have handicap lockers on the beach at the kind of the first set of lockers on each beach, which we are moving forward with. So we've gotten input from a number of sources. A small team got together, made some recommendations. Some are costly, some are not. We're also in contact with some other towns and also a particular foundation that might be able to help us with some of the costing of this. But this is a pretty short presentation. It should only take 5 or 10 minutes, and then we can open it up again to any comments people might have. Okay, slide 2, please. Okay, so again, we're implementing improvements to make our beachfront more accessible for disabled people. Changes are scheduled for this year, and we will look at any additional changes for 2024 as we come across those. Next slide, please. And this will kind of start, we're going to kind of touch the stations. If you think about the street to the beach, we're going to kind of cover most of those areas. So the first thing is on lockers. We are going to have one unit, which will have 3 lockers in it going forward. So we're going to add those to each beach in 2023. These will be reserved for disabled persons. It's a first come, first served basis, and we'll set up criteria as we implement that. So that's the first piece on lockers. Go to the next slide. Access mats. So one thing I wasn't aware of, because there were excess access mats on Evergreen Avenue for years, that not only did they go east-west, but they also went a portion of north-south. My assumption was each beach had that. Each beach does not have that. So we are now, we've costed out and put in some provisions to go north-south in front of the lockers. It'll probably be a little bit more narrow than the current 6 foot wide, it might be 4 feet wide, but in front of the handicap lockers, we're actually going to create like a little pod with additional mats so people can maneuver right in front of those lockers. So that's the most substantial cost we're looking at, and that's not only cost of buying the mats, but it's also just the labor of maintaining those, getting them up, getting them down. So that's a pretty substantial investment. Wheelchairs, we have 5 wheelchairs right now. We put in for the preliminary budget 2 more. There's a process right now that the gate guards and the lifeguards go back and forth. If somebody makes a request for a wheelchair, they get them from the central location, bring them to the appropriate beach. So with the mats plus that interchange, we should be able to cover that. Signs, so we have 15 handicap spots right now along the beachfront. And we were thinking about trying to kind of direct people to the 4 beaches that currently have ramps. We have good access on 7 of our beaches, the 4 with ramps, Ocean Terrace, Lake Terrace, Evergreen, and 2nd, 3rd, we're actually contemplating maybe we do a mini ramp there because it's just a 1 or 2 step deal. But we're thinking about maybe we direct people, and that's part of the advice we want to get from this foundation. Next slide. Showers. We're working with Public Works on this right now. I don't see, yeah, she's not here. We want to pilot a couple of 1 or 2 improved showers that would have better handicap access. This picture up here that you're looking at is actually on the North Beach in Asbury. Picture that there would be mats to the left of that shower, but the picture is taken in the wintertime. And people can swing around, and there's 3 showers there that have a little bit better access than our current showers. We are going to assess all the showers though and say, do we have adequate, right now there's, most of the showers have a concrete base, but the question is on Moby mats, are we, I call it Moby mats, access mats, can we have some improvements there? So kind of in summary, we're certainly striving to make the beach more accessible, and I think as we go through this, we'll continue to assess, improve, assess, improve. I think is that the last slide, or is there something else? Oh, yeah, so we've been in contact with the beach manager, lifeguard manager, public works supervisor, deputy clerk, business administrator, mayor, council, Asbury Park beach manager, a little bit with the municipal engineer, and also actually one of the Asbury Park council people. And we are in contact with the Christopher and Dana Reeves Foundation, who have an affinity to assess beachfronts and provide equipment and funding. So hopefully we'll get some response from them. So that is it. At this point, we'll turn it over for discussion with the council. Yes.
I've got a handful of questions. So one, I really applaud the mayor's efforts here to at least create the opportunity to designate some of our lockers for handicapped individuals. And the fact that we're doing this across our beaches, I think makes a lot of sense in that there are folks with different levels of handicap access. So the ones that I'm concerned for that I don't think we're doing enough for, and again, this is a workshop, I wanted to discuss this with the council and get the council's as well as the public's feedback, are people specifically who would require wheelchair access. And the mayor did mention that there might be an opportunity to build another ramp, and that we do have the wheelchairs that we already own, and we can expand a few more to push them. But a couple thoughts. One is access to the beach itself, right? We have 4 or 5 beaches, maybe we can have 6. So maybe half of our beach entrances would actually enable a wheelchair person to get down to the locker. we add the Moby mats, that's a good thing.
I think it'd be seven of the 11 entrances. This year, it would be 7 of the 11 entrances. Lake Terrace, Evergreen, if we tweaked third and fourth, and then the 4 blocks that have ramps.
Okay, because we have 3 ramps currently, so
Yeah,
that's
4.
probably 4, I was counting. Okay, regardless, I think part of access, we're focused on, I'll call it the middle. The middle being the beach locker. You have to get out of your car and get down the ramp to get to the middle, the beach locker. And then, if you want to actually go to the beach, once you go to the locker and you're in a wheelchair, you're extremely limited. Asbury Park has Moby mats that go out only on one beach, but they do go out and then they tee, so that an individual who's in a handicap, who's in a wheelchair, can go out onto the beach and then basically take a right or a left. And in this one area, Asbury has set up some benches and some, I don't know, platforms, whatever's there. I'm not an expert on this.
It's actually the mat. So what they've done is taken the mat and instead of just having a straight tee with a mat, it's kind of I don't know if it's a square or a circle, but, and I failed to mention this, we are actually going to do that minimally on 4 beaches. We're going to tee at the end of the deal. And G's talking about some temporary benches at those tees, not so much for the people that might be in wheelchairs, but for the people that are with them. So he's proposing maybe some temporary benches on those, starting on those 4 beaches. Again, we want to start there. That's the initial proposal. I forgot to mention that. Thanks for bringing that.
Okay. Oh, that's great to hear. Related to what other residents have already mentioned, there's always this element of cost. And do we do this, whether it be the teeing of the Moby mats, which can be expensive, the showers, which can, I don't know if that's expensive, but to the extent we have unique showers for handicap access, specifically perhaps for wheelchair access, what I understand is at Asbury are like pull chain opportunities. So someone in a wheelchair can access the shower. I guess one question I would ask is, whatever we're going to do we need to do this at 4 beaches, or should we consider a smaller number to start at a smaller cost? I know it's the beach utility. We're still waiting for financials, so I don't know what sort of surplus we have to work with, but we should at least consider perhaps a phased-in approach. My final and possibly most important issue that I haven't seen us address yet is for the individual who's in a wheelchair, who I gather this happens frequently for individuals in wheelchairs. Someone else may drive them to the beach. They get out of a van. The person who drops them off goes to find a place to park, meets with them, and they go to the beach. What I've been told is we have 15 handicap parking spaces, which often get occupied. In fact, my understanding is during the summer they're all occupied, not always by always by wheelchair individuals. So a particular individual who is in a wheelchair shared with me that it would be really helpful if we could arrange pick-up and drop-off spaces, at least if we had 1 or 2 beaches specifically for wheelchair individuals, perhaps have a drop-off space or 2 instead of 15-minute maximum loading and unloading type of thing, rather than all-day handicap parking spaces, so that individuals could get out, have their driver find a location to park, but it'd be easy drop-off, because at least what I'm told is it's really hard for them to get out of the van to begin with.
Yeah, so that's good input. When I went through those 15 spaces, the good news is there's a really good amount of space next to all those handicap. I want to say all of them. I'm going to be off by 1 or 2 spaces. I'm not sure, but the majority of those spaces had a good amount of space next to it. There wasn't a space next to it. It was an open area, and then it went into the curb cut to go up onto the boardwalk. So I think that would just be a matter of designating it that way for those particular beaches. I don't think that would be problematic at all.
I think especially if we can get some of this up and running, and again, cost has got to be an issue. Hopefully the beach utility has enough surplus to give us the flexibility. But if we could, at a minimum, get a couple of these opportunities spaced in by the beginning of this summer, which is obviously right around the corner, Memorial Day being end of May, I think that'd be a wonderful first step by the borough, assuming, you know, we can make the costs work.
Okay. Yes? Yes? Anybody, we'll open it up for, say, 10 minutes? Yes? Sure.
Tracy Davidson, 3044. That was very important, what you just said. I said at the last meeting, my father was in a wheelchair. He was a double amputee, and a drop-off and pickup is so much better sometimes than a handicap spot, because it's somebody else who's driving them. They might not have a placard. They might, you know, it's easier if we have a drop-off and a pickup, and it makes a difficult situation of getting them back and forth less difficult. So I would really say that that is important, and of all the things you mentioned, which a lot of them are such great ideas, that would be really important. So thank you.
Thanks. Again, I think we've got the ability to do that, given the space we have on Ocean next to those spots, most of those spots. I'm not sure it's 15, but it's got to be 11 or 12, based on what I kind of surveyed in the last couple of weeks. Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park Condominiums. I don't know what to say about the beach. Surprise. First of all, yeah, it's nice to have a workshop, Mr. Gubitosi, but it appears to me, based on past practice, you quote, do a presentation, we come and make comments, and decisions are made behind closed doors without any consideration. So on one hand, I'm thinking, like, why am I talking? The reason I'm talking is because I'd like the record to know what I think. That being said, the list of participants that went into this did not have one person from the public. That's offensive, let alone one person who might benefit from bringing this to our community. Again.
That would be why we would have a workshop, to get feedback from people like yourselves who
Maybe there's things they could have put into the presentation that you've not considered, since they are the end user.
Do you have any suggestions?
I'm continuing. Stop interrupting me, please. Thank you.
Check the tone, please. Thank you.
Stop interrupting me, please. I say the word please.
It's a workshop. It's a workshop.
It is also offensive after this whole community pass thing went into effect, where people got to check boxes for handicap, and it said just something about bringing a note, and now you're deciding the criteria for what is handicapped. As it is the Bradley Beach Way, this appears a little backwards.
We haven't decided any criteria.
Well, isn't that a problem? And I believe it said to be decided.
No, it's not a problem. It's something we have to do.
Are you finished?
I don't know. Keep going. Should I respond to you? We
I
haven't
didn't
decided.
ask for your response.
Well, but you're saying that we've made a decision about criteria, and we haven't.
That is the problem.
Well, no, it's not, because we've got time to do that.
People have already made their selections and already have expectations and have provided notes. You need to have decided what is a handicapped person for these lockers prior to having them sign up for a locker. That would be the correct order, in my humble opinion.
I appreciate your opinion.
Really? It is, I think, helpful, and I know you alluded to getting more of the beach wheelchairs. I've never observed a lifeguard leaving their bench to accommodate somebody, bringing them down for those, with those wheelchairs. And I would imagine that I would hope I do not see a lifeguard leaving the bench to help somebody down with the wheelchair.
Yeah, to clarify, it wouldn't be somebody off of the bench, it's the lifeguard team. That's what they do today. So for instance, on Evergreen, if somebody called for a wheelchair, they would call the lifeguard station on Lorraine, that's where the inventory is, and they would bring it out to that person and check it out to that person. That's the procedure.
I guess I'll need to review the presentation, because clearly that was not what I heard or saw. But again, that's the Bradley Beach way, and perhaps I stand to be corrected, but I believe it did say lifeguard, not lifeguard team. That being said, we know here in the public you're gonna do what you wanna do, and that's sad that you don't value our input.
Thank you. Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. You did brush over the criteria, Mayor, and I'll let you answer my questions if you could. You're saying we are going to establish the criteria. Could you tell me what the definition of we is?
Well, we're going to sit down with our business administrator and sit down and say, first do some benchmarking, see is there criteria in other towns for handicap lockers, and then we'll make an assessment based on that. So we've got some time before we have to make that final determination.
You didn't mention the council in the we. I just want to establish, is the council in the we? Because what you described was not the council being involved.
Anybody can be involved in that conversation, the council, the administration, so.
Okay, so the council is involved in the we, is that the answer?
Yeah.
Okay, because I know you weren't here, but we had an issue a couple of years ago with the handicap parking spaces, which are reserved on the street in front of people's house. And there was minimal backup, and even a cursory review determined that a number of these people were not eligible. So in all fairness to the public and the people that should be eligible and need this utilization, that this all be documented, whether it be through handicap certifications from the state Department of Licensing, but there should be a backup set up as to what is the criteria. Okay, so I would appreciate if you do that, because the backup information would be very important. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes.
Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brinley. I appreciate this workshop. I think it's a very important topic. I'm a little concerned because are we definite that the handicap is just a doctor's note and not a placard? Is that the direction we're going in?
No, that's part of the criteria that has to be decided.
Okay, so my input to that would be, since it's 3 handicap lockers per beach, is that right?
Yes.
And it's first come, first served?
Correct.
I would hate to see that 3 first come, first served doctor's notes get a locker over someone with a handicap placard or in a wheelchair. So I think that's an important piece that needs to, definitely happen. Because if it's first come, first served, then we might have truly eligible, like handicap placards without lockers, and just doctor's notes with a knee problem or a back problem. And I do think there's a difference there. So I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Linda W. 312 Brinley, thank you very much for this presentation. And I think to define a disability is very broad. So I know for myself, my husband doesn't go to the beach because he can walk that far. So he cannot walk that far. So I'm not even considering a handicapped space or a locker or anything, but I thought that the benches in between where you have your locker and you go into the beach, a rest stop for people that have cardiac and breathing issues would be very beneficial to a large portion of the elderly and other people that have problems similar. So it's a very good idea that you would do something like that. I don't know logistics with the sand and the wind and all that.
That would need to be worked out. And our DPW guy, who's been talking back and forth with the beach manager in Asbury, came up with that and said we might want to look at that. So
it's a perfect idea. And as far as having the parking space in front of your house, a lot of people do not want to consider themselves handicapped, so they don't entertain that, or they don't want to have a placard. So
It's,
it's difficult and it's very broad and there's a lot of mixed feelings with the people that have the placard, that don't need the placard, but caregivers have placards so they can care for the people that are handicapped in their family. So that has to be addressed, and maybe when you make your criteria that you introduce that you have to have a doctor's note, because I can get a doctor's note from my husband today, but he won't get a placard because he wants to drive the car.
Yep.
So here we go.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. There's one of the people that initially asked for handicap lockers had a broken leg last year, had some surgeries. I think she's 70-something years old. I won't say what it is certainly, but asked that question and said it was similar. There's a difficulty getting onto the beach.
I agree.
So,
But the other thing is, and this is way out there, but because I'm a nurse, I'm thinking about it. So when someone passes and they have this handicapped designation for their family, how do we know that you mean they're not handicapped? We have to make sure that has to be submitted every year.
I think for the spaces in town, we do it every year.
That's the spaces in town.
Yep.
But when we're talking about the lockers, because how many lockers did we assign to handicapped people so far, do you know?
There's been about 10 applications.
That's nothing compared to what we're going to offer. So what happens to the empty lockers? Excellent, thank you.
I don't want to give people false hope.
No, I'm not looking for false hope. I have a locker, I'm happy.
Yes.
You can share one.
And the other thing about the town, I'll just make a point. As people start seeing this and picking up on it, that number could get big quick.
Eileen Shishias, 112 Fourth Avenue. I would like clarification about the concrete slabs by the showers. Could you repeat that? Are they going to be torn up and?
No.
Okay, because they
No,
were just.
it'd just be the augment. How do you ensure that the access mats meet right up with those? And if we tweak the showers, we want to make it so it's.
Could they please keep in mind the design and the location of the showers? Being a beach goer, and I'm on the beach every day, the traffic pattern and the location of the showers are very awkward sometimes, because people are lined up and they want to exit the beach and they can't do it. So please keep in mind the design and locations of the showers, and please make it aesthetically appealing to our community. I would appreciate it. We, the taxpayers, would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom? Michelle?
Yes, there's two.
Okay.
The first one's Shanna Greenblatt.
Okay.
Hi, Shauna Greenblatt, 414 Monmouth Avenue. This is a bit of an aside, but not really. If you're looking at the showers, we've noticed over the years that the showers are often left on and the water is running, and we've shut them off specifically. So I would put in a request to please consider putting some sort of an automatic shut-off for all of the showers that beachgoers are using.
Okay.
Save us some water.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Last question?
Is Julia Rand.
Hi, Julie. Question? Julie, do you have a question? Okay, I don't think she does. I think I know what her question is. It doesn't relate to this. Okay, we will close that out. We'll take this good input from everybody. I appreciate it. We'll take that as we continue this implementation process. We I think we've got over 85% of the people that have signed up on the new system. Let me just see. I think I have a report. Two sidebars. One, about 80%. About 80% have signed up against the number we have with open lockers. And we're also, just 1 second, Julia. And based on the first few weeks, we have some frequently asked questions that we're getting on the website, and we'll continue to try to improve that. Julia, do you have a question? Okay, we're going to move. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're going to go to number 6. There were no presentations and bids. Number 7, approval of minutes. Make a motion to approve the March 8th, 2023 budget workshop minutes.
Hello? Hello?
Let's ask Ms. Rand to speak.
I'm trying to talk. Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry. Okay, I just wanted to talk about the handicap for a minute. What's handicapped and what isn't handicapped? Hello?
Yes, we're listening.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you could hear me. I just wanted to clarify, I don't know what people are talking about. People don't just get placards. I mean, I have a placard because I am handicapped too. But there are degrees of handicapped. And that's, true. Not everybody is in a wheelchair, or they may have difficulty walking or breathing or whatever the problem is. So it's very difficult to clarify that. So I'm not sure what a couple of those people were talking about, but you just don't get a placard, okay? I just wanted to clarify that. The handicap placard, and for people that are in wheelchairs, it's a different situation. We don't have enough handicap spaces, that's true, but I don't think, Bradley Beach is very small. I'm not sure that's a problem. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. We'll be assessing, looking at number of spaces and how we configure those two. So thank you for that. Okay. Did we get to? Did we get a second? We just need to go through the vote.
You made a motion. You need a second.
Yeah, we had a second.
Oh, did you have a question about the minutes?
No, I had forwarded, not understanding that Erica was out from the hospital. I had forwarded some suggested edits earlier. They're not significant, some so.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Approval of minutes for March 8th, 2023 council business meeting minutes. I have a second for that.
I'll second.
Councilwoman DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Approval of minutes for March 8th, 2023 executive session minutes. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilwoman DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, we now have public comments pertaining to the 322 agenda, items only, 5-minute limit. We're going to need a timekeeper. Oh, you're good. Okay, thank you. Just hit the roll and keep the time. Any questions on the agenda? Okay. Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 3rd Avenue. 2023-110. What is that project of the grant application?
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to respond?
Please, because I'm looking for it right now.
The grant application includes 3 projects. Those projects are Main Street improvements, Sylvan Lake improvements, including bulkhead replacement, and phase 3 of the sanitary sewer project. They have been part of a program that was offered out of U.S. Senator and U.S. Congressman's offices. We only had approximately 5 days to make submissions, and the submissions had to be made by either last Wednesday for one or last Friday for the other.
will there be any public hearings on those?
Once there is an action on the grant, it's a very broad description. The specifics of it will have to be defined by whatever amount of money might be granted, if any. And if that happens, then the governing body will have to go through a process of approving what project it's going to be and what it's going to include.
Great, that's very helpful, thank you very much, Mr. Corbeck. And then on the 2023-1111, is that what Mr. Matlock presented at a work session maybe 4 months ago about I know you weren't here, Mr. Corbeck, but Mayor, is that this proposal that you're awarding, is it related to that presentation that he did?
2023, what was it on?
111.
And the page is,
It's the Beach Avenue drainage.
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were on the bill list, 2023, well, yeah, yes, that's for the beach house.
So that was the work session he did, and people were here about just drainage issues in that neighborhood. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Nothing on Zoom? Okay, then we'll move to the next agenda item, which is, second folks, thank you. Ordinance, we have no ordinance introductions, we do have one for adoption, ordinance 2023-5, it's an ordinance amending chapter 425, trees of the Borough General ordinances to clarify and enhance certain shade tree regulations. The primary change here is just defining violations in the public space and even in the private space. There are two clarifications in that.
May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Sure.
Second.
And second?
Second.
Council President DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing would now be open.
Sure, thank you. Any comments on the public hearings? Anybody on Zoom? Michelle? Okay, we will wait till Council President DeMarco comes back, so we meet here for the vote.
In the meantime, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Council President is not here. Councilwoman DeMarco, Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. We got majority, we could probably proceed, it's just,
Mr. Mayor, that's your call. Do you want to?
yeah, let's proceed.
Okay.
Okay, communications, we're trying to,
We need to have a motion to adopt the ordinance.
oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Motion to adopt, you threw me off by.
I know, I understand.
No, but I appreciate you jumping in on this, thank you. I'll make a motion to close the adoption hearing and move to approve resolution 2023-5.
Second.
Ordinance.
Ordinance, yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue. Communications, we said, trying to close out the short-term rental ordinance introduction. Our business administrator has raised his hand and said he'd lead a small group and get this closed out, so that's just a communication on that. I'll move to resolutions. Let me do the consent agenda first. 2023-101, approval of the IAFF Local 384 to conduct their 5-alarm 5K race for Saturday, June 10, 2023, from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., pass-through only. 2023-102, approval for Community Affairs and Resource Center to conduct their 5K race on Sunday, October 8, 2023, from 9 a.m. to 12, pass-through only. 2023-103, approval for the Tears Foundation to conduct their annual Rock and Walk for Sunday, May 21st, 2023, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. 2023-104, approval for the Jersey Shore Running Club to conduct their 5K race on Saturday, April 1st, from 7:30 a.m. to 1 p.m., pass-through only. 2023-105, approval for the United Engine and Truck to conduct their 5K race on Saturday, August 19th, 2023, from 6:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. That is not a pass-through race, that is our fire company and our annual 5K race, so that's certainly exciting that it's our second year back from COVID. 2023-106, approval of an off-premise raffle license to off-premise raffle license for St. Teresa of Calcutta Parish. 2023-107, authorizing additional appointments of special class 1 law enforcement officers attending the May class at the Monmouth County Police Academy. 2023-108, oh, I'm sorry, I went past consent, so I'll make a motion.
Mr. Mayor, it's more of a clerical question, but in 2023-106, this description is off-premises raffle, but the title of the actual resolution says on-premises raffle, but then the wording within the resolution says off-premises, so we just need to clarify, is it on or off?
Unfortunately, I'm just trying to think about, I have not reviewed this, and unfortunately Erica is not here.
Do we approve on and off? And or off?
Well, it would be an and, but on or off.
Yeah.
Yeah, on or,
Yeah.
yeah, why don't we just change it to on or off?
So you got it? So the note for the resolution itself, we have to say on or off twice.
Right. Okay, make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Council President DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, individual resolutions, 2023-108, bill list, March 22, 2023. Any questions? Not, I'll make a motion to approve bill list 2023-108. Second.
I'll second if there's no questions.
Council President DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-109, authorizing the amendments to the temporary budget. Make a motion to approve 2023-109. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I have one, did you have one?
I do too, yeah. I noticed there was, it said 85,000 for the capital outlay for the beach fund. Do we have more detailed information for this?
That would be access mats.
Okay. That was gonna be my question as well, so I'll come up with a new question, which is, given the fact that do we have any idea, the council does not yet have any sense for how our budgets stand. We are still waiting for information from the mayor and the CFO. So my general question is the beach utility in good enough shape to absorb this capital outlay? Because I have no idea.
The information that I have received so far, the answer to that is yes. But I will take the position that having not been able to produce that, I cannot give you an absolute assurance, but the information I've received so far indicates that in the beach utility would be satisfactory.
Mr. Business Administrator, in the information you have so far, do you have a rough understanding of, none of us know what the 2022 results are. Do you have any sense for what degree of surplus or funds we may have in place?
I can tell you that in terms of the capital improvement fund, there is a sufficient amount of money in that capital improvement fund for this purpose.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, so my understanding is that we then just be moving this money into the temporary budget, but before it's expended, we still need to go before council for a vote on
The
that.
council has to authorize the acquisition. I believe the plan is to do it, I believe through state contract, and if it is, the council has to authorize that by resolution before a purchase can be made in excess of the $44,000 number.
So we could do the temporary, the moving over to the temporary budget now, but, not make the purchases
That's
or
true.
do the resolution until we see what the beach utility is.
Yep, that's true.
Okay, so I made a motion to approve 2023-110, do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, 109, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Council President DeMarco.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble.
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi.
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2023-110, authorizing the Borough of Bradley Beach to submit a grant application for future year 2024 congressionally directed spending and community project funding application process. Make a motion to approve 2023.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, again, a question. I'm just hypersensitive to Sylvan Lake improvements. I love the idea of Sylvan Lake improvements, but there is this reference, including streetscape improvements. Is that referencing Sylvan Lake? It seems it's hyphenated.
No, that's Main Street.
No, Mr. Gubitosi is correct. The streetscape elements are
There's two streets.
related to the area between
sorry.
the curb and the bulkhead. And that is what the engineer has identified as being streetscape.
So, at this point, because we're just authorizing a grant application, if we do not want to proceed with that particular renovation, we don't have to.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I just make a comment on we've already received, we've had some communication. I spent about 20 minutes or a half hour on, with Congressman Pallone's aid on one of our grants, and he's asked us actually to submit something supplemental in another area. So it's a pretty active process going on right now, and we're pretty optimistic. But to Greg's point, these are pretty broad, and we can really define those as if we get some funding. So okay, so that's 2023-110.
I'll second. You made a motion.
Council President DeMarco.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble.
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi.
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2023-11, authorizing the award of proposal for engineering services for Beach Avenue drainage improvements to CME Associates. Make a motion to approve 2023-11.
There's no questions, I'll second.
Council President DeMarco.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble.
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi.
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2023-112, authorizing award of proposal for engineering services for Ocean Park Avenue outfall repairs to Colliers Engineering Design. Make a motion to approve 2023-112.
Question on this one. I know this is identifying the fees for the engineer Colliers, as you mentioned. I know this is part of a broader $1.3 million bid.
Correct.
The $1.3 million obviously will be bonding for that. We're not paying out that.
I think we've already bonded for it.
My understanding is you have a bond ordinance for it.
So this payment will, is this, first of all, this is beach related, correct? Ocean Park Avenue outfall, is that, I think we've asked this question before, it's coming out of the beach utility. Is this also, is this something that we should be trying to fold into that bonding, or have we missed the opportunity? Rather than have to pay this all out of, the 2023 budget?
And you're referring to $89,500.
Because we're bonding for something that should cost 1.3 million. Usually we bond in excess of the amount we need. I'm wondering, is this something that could be included with that funding?
If you look at the bottom of the resolution, you will see that the account that is identified starts with B, so that it's being charged against the bond account, the bond ordinance.
It is?
It is.
I need a secret decoder ring for these account numbers. That's perfect, thank you.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve 2023-112.
Second.
Excuse me. Council President DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Authorizing the mayor to execute professional services, 2023-113. Authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Government Management Advisors LLC for acting borough administrator services.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'm very much supportive of moving forward and improving everything with our interim borough administrator. However, we reference in here an Exhibit A, and I emailed Erica this morning, not realizing she was not in. But do we have a copy of the contract?
I believe that it is still under editing, and I'm frankly not entirely sure where it is. Do you have an idea where that might be?
The labor attorney was, I was told the labor attorney said that.
Yeah, and I had sent my response to the two of you. It's still under draft. It's up to the borough attorney as to whether or not he wants to say it needs to be acted on tonight or it doesn't.
Absolutely, absent the contract being here, the resolution doesn't say much, other than it's attached to Exhibit A, so perhaps you table it.
And it doesn't interfere with Mr.
No.
Fehrenbach's ability to continue to serve the borough if we table this.
No.
I'll make a motion then to table this resolution until our next meeting. I don't see how we can vote on
Right,
it without.
I second, yes.
A motion to table prevailed, so I need a second to the table motion.
Second.
Council President DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
You're doing a really great job. Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-114, permitting back-in-time cafe signage within Riley Park for 2023. This is something we should have gotten in January. It was an oversight, but I will make a motion to approve 2023-114.
Second.
Council President DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-115, a resolution renewing award for non-fair and open contract for Holman, Franny, and Allison PC for financial advisory services.
I have a couple of questions.
A second first?
No, it's a question.
I know there's a question, but usually the question occurs after the second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Yes, question?
Yes. So question number one, in the proposal that accompanies the resolution, there's a reference specifically in the communications, it's Roman numeral 6. But I just want to be clear for the record, I can read it aloud. It says, the HFA team will return all client messages either by email or phone within a time frame no later than 24 hours upon receipt. It goes on, but I just want to be clear, when they say they're going to be responsive to the client, who is the client? Is it the full council or is it just the mayor and the VA?
this discussion, we haven't really expanded that discussion. I think they should be responsive across both, but I think it should be directed through the VA, any of those questions. That's my opinion. Any comment?
I think when it comes to the finance officer, that whoever's serving in the seat of the administrator ought to have an understanding as to what is taking place. And so I would agree that that would be an appropriate procedure. But I have not discussed that matter with the client, with HFA, so I don't really know what HFA's understanding of the term client is.
Number one, I really do want to approve this resolution because I really would not want to be disruptive of this entity, you know, this Holman Frenia Allison, as we're beginning our budget process. However, after 2 weeks since workshopping the budget, I can't get answers from the mayor, and I copied the CFO. I asked questions pertaining to the CFO. The CFO just doesn't respond. I think he's allowing the mayor to, you know, to be his human shield, which I understand is his prerogative. But I'm just curious, if I cannot get answers to repeated questions, where do I go?
I think the answer is, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think the answer is that any one of the 5 of you, if you are not having that ability, have to come to me. I'm just getting to begin to have conversations with that office and be able to understand what the methods of access are. I'm working on it. That's all I can say at this point.
And again, Mr. Fehrenbach, I'm not trying to put you in the middle.
I understand.
You're putting yourself in the middle a little, which I
fully
appreciate.
understand that, and I am.
But at some point, we have addendums, and I'm going to ask that this addendum language be inserted in this resolution as well. And the contract addendums that we're issuing to all of our professionals is that they acknowledge that the client they serve is the council, and that they copy the council on correspondence with the administration. I'm going to ask that question of this contract as well.
If I can just clarify one thing, I think it would be clearer if you would say that they have to be responsive to the governing body. The governing body in this form of government represents the 5 of you, where when you say council, it's really separating the 4 of you from the mayor.
Well, no, the mayor's on the council.
Yes, except that this peculiar form really is better off if you refer to the governing body.
Oh, okay, I'll take that under advisement, and I'll ask Mr. Cannon in a second if that recommendation is consistent with the addendum that's already been drafted and shared with every other profession. Do we say governing body, or do we say?
I always say governing body. It's very correct.
Perfect. So then we're already aligned. So if we're going to proceed down that path, then I think it's fair for me to interpret. We'll work through you to the extent that's effective.
Mm-hmm.
And to the extent we hit roadblocks, we the governing body are the client.
Yes.
Okay. Did I have oh yeah, and my second issue is, Mr. Cannon, I don't know if you're taking notes here, absent Ms. Kostic, but in all of our other resolutions hiring of professionals, we've included the paragraph or the statement, whereas this award is being made subject to the aforementioned professional firm's execution of professional services contract addendum, setting forth the assignment and reporting requirements of all professionals working for the borough. That's the standard language that we've used in 10 or 15 resolutions. Can we add that to this?
Is that right at this moment to amend it to add that?
No, I'm just saying, I'd like to have the council vote on this, acknowledging that we would amend this resolution to include that.
So you would propose an amendment, you would motion, and then you would take the vote to pass it as amended?
Yes.
Well, can't we just pass it with changes?
Yes. Same thing, right?
Well, instead of voting twice. Oh, whichever.
Yeah, that's why I gave you the formal process, but that works too, if everyone's on the same page.
I mean, we've had that blurb in every one of the original resolutions for the other professional services contracts. But the last couple of times we voted, we dropped that language. I just want to make sure we continue to include it. Should I read it again? I read it from the other one, or do you just want to incorporate it later? Greg, if you're okay, the mayor says we can incorporate it later, but it's the same language that we used.
Yeah, Eric added it to all the other ones, so we,
Yeah.
but I can find it, but
It's item number 6 in all the January 25th resolutions.
Yes.
Let me just say this, I would feel more comfortable if the governing body would, a member of the governing body would make an amendment to the motion that is on the table, and then have that seconded, and then there'd be a vote on the amendment, and then there'd be a vote on the final resolution.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we amend the original motion to include this additional whereas.
Just giving a minute to. And Council President, you provided the second?
Correct.
On the amendment, Council President DeMarco,
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble,
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi,
Yes?
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay,
Now, if I can.
Sure.
This is now a vote on the amended motion. So the original motion was made by the mayor. Council President DeMarco made the second. And the vote on the amended resolution, Council President DeMarco.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble.
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi.
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, 2023-48, professional service appointment, Eric Bernstein as labor attorney from Jan 1/23 to December 31, 2023. Previously tabled. Make a motion to approve 2023-48.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Yep.
Just for the record, I've shared my opinions with the mayor on numerous occasions, and I do have reservations about this particular appointment, and just want to make sure I say that for the record.
On the motion, Council President DeMarco,
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble,
No.
Councilman Gubitosi,
No.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2023-49, professional service appointment, Sobel, Han and Cannon, and Eric M. Bernstein and Associates as Borough Oakbrook Council for the January 2023 to December 31st, 2023.
Question.
Yes.
Is there an option to reduce this to appointment of only Sobel, Han and Cannon?
Are you asking me that question?
Yes.
I'm not in favor of doing that. I'll express why. First, our clerk, who's not here unfortunately, has stated that this would be a more optimal mix. We have gone a little bit back and forth with the Oprah in the last few years. We had a bit of a capacity issue in 2021. 2022, I think Dominic Gianni, who works in Bernstein Group, is kind of the point person, has done a good job. Our clerk, who's the main interface on Oprah, has endorsed this, and I think it's the appropriate way to go, so that's why I'm bringing it
And more a point of curiosity, how would this work in practice? Would the two firms alternate over requests, or how would it work?
I think it'd probably be an alternate back and forth unless there's a specific expertise in terms of, whether that one firm has a better.
We generally all work together to just manage the work.
Yeah.
If there's too much, then I try to say that.
So as long as you have the capacity, Greg, would you get all the work done? Or would
You know, I
s-
don't know, because I don't even, we just all work together to make sure it all gets done.
Again, the Oprah process is managed primarily by Erica unless there's some aberration to it, but it's, that's the question.
Okay.
So make a motion to approve 2023-49.
Second?
I'll second.
Council President DeMarco.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble.
No.
Councilman Gubitosi.
No.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2023-57, professional services appointment, CME Associates Borough Engineer for January 2023 to December 31st, 2024, for the remaining 2 years of 3-year appointment, previously tabled. Make a motion to approve 2023-57.
Just a comment again, Mr. Mayor.
I will once again ask, is there a second?
Yeah.
I'll second.
Oh, I thought you
Okay.
did, sorry.
Thank you.
Well, I'll withdraw my comment, so we got a second, we're good.
I have a question. I mean, can we change this to a one-year appointment since they're not an employee?
Well, this is the second year of a 3-year appointment. We have to approve it again next year.
That's not true. The resolution last year that appointed them ended their term at 12/31/22.
Okay. From a statutory perspective, it's a 3-year appointment.
Did Jerry Frieda fulfill his 3 years? They are not
I'm not sure
employees,
they were
they're
3 years.
they're professional services contracts, they're not employees, Mr. Mayor. Anyway, Mr. Noble,
Can I ask a question? In the Chapter 5 revisions that you've been proposing, Counselor, have you not included the 3-year appointment for that position?
So I'm not aware of the ability by law to award a professional services contract for more than 1 year, so it's 48/5. So I believe you're correct, the statute says 3-year term, also tends to presume that the person works for the borough. And so the chapter edits that I prepared, I also believe the code at the moment says it's a 1-year term appointed by the borough administrator. But the edits that I prepared make the distinction between the two. If you have an employee here, they're entitled clearly to a 3-year term by statute, but it's, except as other ways might be provided by law. So the local contracts law, for likely, they don't believe that you can award a professional services contract for more than 1 year. You're all over by that.
So your proposal, Councilwoman, is to strike this remaining 2 years of a 3-year appointment? Because we're really only approving January 23 to December, it is 24 here, I'm sorry. It should be 23, I'm sorry. That's a typo, I'm sorry. That may not have been understood.
I don't see how it's a typo when it says 23 through 24, 2 years, and then the wording after it says the remaining 2 years of the.
Okay, and that suggests we strike that last sentence and have it as December 2023.
So CME is hereby appointed borough engineer is awarded a professional service contract for professional services provided from January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2023. That would be the proposed change.
Yes. Motion. Second?
So we're making an motion for that amendment right now, right? That's what we're gonna- So yes, I'll second that.
Okay, Councilman DeNoble?
You're voting on the amendment.
I think they're voting on the, yes, you're
Yeah,
voting on the
change.
amendment that was just moved and seconded. So let me start again. Council President DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble,
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, the 2023-57 as amended, make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Council President DeMarco,
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble,
No.
Councilman Gubitosi,
I am voting no.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, we'll move to the next item, which is announcements. There are none. We have mayor and council reports. Before we do the mayor and council reports, I want to give the opportunity for the business administrator and the police chief if they have any comments.
Mr. Mayor, I have the report from First Aid and Fire for the operational period of March 22nd, 2023. The First Aid Squad responded to 6 day calls and 8 night calls for a total of 14 calls. 10 were for medical, 4 for fire calls. Captain Walsh would like to thank the mutual aid squads who responded to the multiple alarm fire on Hammond Avenue on the 19th of March for their help. The squad conducted 2 drills for the safety and education of the membership. There were no out-of-town mutual aid requests. The First Aid Squad required 1 mutual aid for manpower at the multiple alarm fire call this operational period. On a sad note, we regret to announce the passing of John N. Coburn, a life member of our squad. He passed after a short illness this last week. However, he was honored today, this being March 22nd, at the Jersey Shore Medical Center by the New Jersey Sharing Network for his gift of life. Because of his organ donation, 2 people will be able to resume a normal life. The squad fulfilled 100% of their assignments for the operational period. In the fire department, for the same operational period, the department responded to 4 requests for the department. Chief Hagerman would like to thank the mutual aid departments who responded also to the multiple alarm fire call on Hammond on the 19th of March. The department conducted 2 training drills for safety and education of the members. There were no out-of-town mutual aid requests, and the department required 1 mutual aid for manpower at the aforementioned fire. The department fulfilled 100% of their assignments. We are still looking for volunteers for both fire and first aid. Both offer free training for qualified individuals. Anyone wishing to volunteer for the fire department or the first aid squad, applications can be found on the borough's website. They asked that they asked that this be mentioned. Cooperation that exists between fire and first aid squad that is allowing the squads to keep answering our citizens' need for medical care and fire protection at no cost on a 24/7, 365 basis. I would like to mention one other thing. I know that this is not typical and may be considered inappropriate, but I want to be able to give the council the opportunity to deal with this particular matter. In front of you this evening were 3 items that were stapled together. On the top, it was the report that was only received today from Settembrino Architects regarding the request made by the governing body at their earlier meeting, I believe 4 weeks ago, where Settembrino is providing an estimate, is providing a quote to produce estimates for 3 other roof replacement options for the Biazzi building. It comes in at $35,000 plus reimbursement expenses for the provision of those estimates of cost for those three alternatives. The three alternatives, I believe, are essentially a pitched roof, a flat roof, and another kind of membrane. I'm sorry, and a second floor on the roof, two-story building. I've also provided you with estimates, or I shouldn't say estimates, quotes from a state contract provider, Provco, for the repair and replacement of the roof at the Biazzi Center. That comes in at $145,000. There were previous other estimates in the vicinity of $160,000, and there is also estimated repair work for this building at about $18,000. In addition, you have a copy of a proposal from New Jersey Mold Pros, who basically indicate that there is mold in the building, but there is no reason to take any action on the mold in the building until such time as the roof is repaired and there ceases to be continued water damage to the building. And so under those circumstances, and given the fact that we were able to receive the quote from the architect for the work to be done, it seems to me that we have a building that is unusable. We have an historical society, a Meals on Wheels, and an inspection department, some of whom can't get in there, others who have had to go to other locations. There is a significant need to be able to get people back there. The soonest it would be able to happen, if action were to be taken immediately, is probably 2 to 3 months. And so my request of the governing body is to give serious consideration to this being an emergency. We would satisfy the requirements under the local public contracts law for an emergency action. We would have that information supplied to the governing body with actions to be placed on the next meeting of the governing body. I am recommending that we address the problems with the roof, stop the continued deterioration of the building, seal it up, and get going on the project.
I have questions.
Yep.
So, Mr. Fehrenbach, first and foremost, I just want to make sure what you're obviously asking us to consider your recommendation. As far as I know, this isn't on the agenda, it wasn't publicly noticed. Are you saying because it's an emergency, we can bypass the 48 hours of public notice?
There is no, first of all, under the Open Public Meetings Law, when you have regular meetings, you are able to put on those agendas anything that you choose to put on, because the meeting has already been noticed as being a discussion and or an official action meeting, as this one has been. So you are able to have any item on the agenda for action as long as the public knows that you have a regularly scheduled meeting.
So you're suggesting that we could add any item at all, whether it's an emergency or not, as long as the public knows we're having a meeting?
That's what I'm saying. That is standard in every municipality I've worked in.
We have special rules here.
Yeah, I was going to say, let me ask Mr. Cannon.
Okay.
For guidance. I just want to make sure we're
special.
This is a special place.
This is a special place.
Well, I mean, I've tried to operate as a member of the council, to follow the law. I guess there's room for interpretation of the law itself. But at least my understanding has always been the public should be informed 48 hours in advance so they have time to do their own analysis, their own research, ask their own questions. That's been my understanding.
Borough section is $5
If I can just jump in, I am not asking you to essentially make a decision tonight. We don't have a resolution prepared. We don't have the reports that are required. Under the local public contracts law, there is the authority of the municipality when exigent circumstances exist to be able to proceed with a purchase, to provide an appropriate report to the governing body, and to have it on an agenda of the governing body as soon thereafter as all of the material and information can be supplied. It's under the circumstances that you're all here this evening, and I am essentially asking you not to take a formal action, but to indicate whether or not you agree with the fact that there are exigent circumstances and that the roof needs to be taken care of, and waiting 2 weeks is just a greater amount of deterioration that's going to be taking place there, where we can get what needs to be done administratively in the next several days, have it on your agenda for the next official action meeting, where you can then consider that, but we will have begun to proceed under those circumstances because of those conditions.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. And I know we had a lengthy discussion about this, but it may have been before you joined us. But Seth Sabrina, the architect, sat here, made a presentation. We asked, could the building be leveled? Could it be made into a 2-story building? Could it be repaired more inexpensively? At that time, we were looking at a price tag of $163,000, and I, for one, felt, wow, that's a fairly large expense. Can we do it more cheaply? And apparently, Seth Sabrina has given us alternatives. I haven't read this yet.
It's really not an alternative, it's a clarification, and Settembrino came back and apologized. The cost estimate of 163, 18 of that was for this building. So it was really 145. So to do both buildings, it's 163. Could we have some water, please? Could we have water, please? So if you look back at, Councilman Weber asked us to get another estimate if we could. We did. We said it was a rough estimate. It came out of the municipal engineering, their team, and it came in, I think the number was 130. So the question, I think, the last time around was, well, 160 versus 130, it seems like it's high. Unfortunately, 18 of that was for this building, which we need to proceed with because, well, you can see what's behind us here and what's happening in the court. We're just continuing the room behind us has plastic now, trying to protect the files. So I want to just make that clarification. Relative to this mold, we did have I had a discussion with the president of this company, and his view was the infiltration is going to get worse, but there's zero need to go do it right now, because if you have a rainstorm right after he's done, you're back to the same place. And that estimate, which isn't here, but I kind of teased it out of him, is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $15,000 to $20,000 for mediation.
To address your question of the exigent circumstances, this building has been problematic leakage-wise for a number of years. I believe it might have been our own DPW, or perhaps it was a vendor, but someone did try to make a repair a year or so ago. For a little while, we thought that might have worked, and then found out it didn't. And this came back to the council with, again, a fairly significant price tag. And the council said at that time, again, this is a month or two ago, before we commit to spending $150,000, 163 at the time, can you tell us what these other options are? Now, my understanding is the mayor very appropriately moved our employees to new locations, I think largely in this building. So, because I said at that time, I'll say it again, our top priority had to be the health of the employees. We had to move them, and I appreciate the mayor's quick action to do so. Now that those employees are moved and they're not exposed to health risk, and now that the building, presumably continues to leak, but basically has been doing this for a number of years, I, for one, as much as I'd like to resolve this, I don't see it as exigent. I actually would like to understand what our other options are for that building before I personally would commit the borough's funding to fix that roof at that price tag.
So, this, as Greg said, this estimate came in today from Settembrino, and basically it says to go through those options as we requested. The price tag on that is $35,000. So we would write a check for $35,000 to get this estimate, plus expenses.
What estimate? Again, we've just been handed this. So
Yes,
I just got
it's at the bottom of the page, highlighted.
Page
in yellow.
highlight.
Yeah, so what would we get for $35,000?
You would get
What is above that?
what's above that. So the point I think that is trying to be made here is that we can go forward for a number of weeks and do these estimates. It'll cost us $35,000. But at the same time, that building is going to continue to deteriorate. The health and safety is the most important thing relative to our employees, but I'll also tell you that the inefficiencies and the kind of issues that are emerging, we're going to have to manage. Meals on Wheels and the fire company are working very well together, but they've got to get them out of there because there's some rentals that are taking place that are like week-long in the firehouse around Easter. They moved the refrigerator in there. They've got to move tables around almost on a daily basis. So the firehouse has been super accommodating, but I can see it's getting old with them because it's problematic. They've got a fish fry coming up. It's problematic. They've got to move everything around. It's not optimal to have. We're kind of the group in the front office is tripping over each other, and that's not optimal either. And then the historical, I'm surprised, I don't know if Paul's on, but he's going to ask the question, what about us? And they're a group that they don't have a staff, but they've got a number of things, not only files but other things. This $35,000 will buy us estimates. Will buy us architectural renderings of plans. But my view of this is going to be months, not only of Settembrino putting together these plans, but then the deliberation over that. My position on this is we've got a roof that leaks here and across the parking lot. I view it as our responsibility to fix our buildings, and we're not fixing this building. We can talk about how long it's been the way it is, but we now have a situation where we've evacuated the building, we're suboptimal from a productivity perspective, and I just don't see us getting anywhere probably for months with this. Plus, we're going to spend $35,000 potentially and say, well, never mind. So that's a little bit of a concern too. And I know there's arguments about the strategy. I think I've said more than once, we needed an asset strategy 2 years ago. We've got waylaid and diverted appropriately, trying to figure out what was going on with 319 Lorraine. We didn't do both simultaneously because of the contradictions and complexity of that. I think we need to move forward, would be my opinion, and I'd certainly entertain anybody else's opinion on that. Or not.
Other council comments?
Can we open this to the public?
Sorry, just for clarification, I'm sorry if you have to talk to me like I'm 6 years old on this. So what you're asking for is approval from us to move ahead with the roof replacement and the repair work at 701 Main Street. There wouldn't be a formal action tonight. There would be a resolution that would be voted on 2 weeks from now, in theory?
Yeah, what I am saying is that I believe that it is in the borough's best interest to pursue a emergency purchase as is provided for in the local public contracts law. But this is the one time I have an opportunity to address all of you on what I consider to be an exigent condition. And I consider it that way because it is not just suboptimal. It is not working in terms of stuffing all of these people into this limited space. It is not working trying to take Meals on Wheels, which services about 80 seniors, 60 seniors, and
in 8 towns,
and have them operating out of the firehouse, which is also a banquet hall for which they have to get out of.
Completely, I don't think so, interrupt, I can completely understand the issue. I guess
Okay.
my question is, what's the action you're asking for us?
The only action I was asking for here was support for the concept to proceed, because I respect the role of all of you as the governing body, and while I have, while I have the authority under the statute, I'm not going to proceed to do something that this governing body is of the mind should not happen.
Makes sense now, thank you.
Just to continue, if no one else on the council's comments, just to continue my own. I very much respect your opinion. I appreciate your opinion. I appreciate you taking the time to organize all these issues for us to consider. Speaking for myself personally, I don't see that anything has changed dramatically from a month ago when we asked what are other options for this building. I think at that time, the entire council said before we spend $163,000 on fixing a pretty dilapidated building with a history of challenges with its relatively flat roof, we all felt we needed to take a step back and look at that more strategically. I hear that our, suboptimal, whatever the terminology, I hear that our productivity is potentially impacted. But, this is coming on the heels of one, that we already had this discussion just a month ago and it wasn't exigent. And maybe that's changed, or maybe you've just given us greater clarity. But two weeks ago, the mayor workshop a budget that said we need a 20% tax increase for our residents. Now,
that's not completely correct, so let's.
It was stated in the meeting, Mr. Mayor, because I asked the question.
It's 20%, it's a starting point, 20% on our municipal levy, not on our total tax. But there is new information here. The new information is that we asked Settembrino to tell us what it would take to do these concept drawings that he's put down, concept designs. He's saying it's $35,000, and he didn't put a time on it, which I need to ask him. We didn't get this till late this afternoon. If this takes a month and a half or 2 months to do, we're pushing into the summer. So there is new information, and the new information is it's $35,000 to get the answer to those questions, which I understand the questions, but I'm feeling very responsible that if we don't start to fix this building, it's just going to continue to deteriorate, and it's not a good situation from a people perspective or a building perspective. So I think that's the new information. It's a $35,000 ticket to do this estimate.
And the cost of the examination is 25% of the cost to get it fixed.
Well, understood, unless we want to spend $1 million and build a brand new building, right? Then 35,000 is a relative small percentage. It depends on what the alternative is. Getting it fixed, yes, it's a large percentage. Building a new building, leveling it so we have a parking lot, I don't know. I'm speaking only for myself. A month ago, the council was largely in agreement with me, but for now, I'm speaking for myself. I don't know what the best option is for the taxpayers. And $145,000 is still a lot of money. One of the things we asked about at that time was, why did we only have one bid? Why was there not a competitive bid done?
Which we answered is because it's a state contractor, and we don't need a competitive bid.
We don't need a competitive bid, but if a competitive bid could reduce the cost by $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, it would be good to know that.
And Mr. Settembrino said that that would be, I remember him saying that that would not, he would very much doubt that. And the other point on getting a competitive bid on this is be careful what you ask for on a competitive bid for a roofer. If you get somebody that comes in at $110,000 and it's not of the quality we want to get with somebody like Profco, it could be problematic. So that's something to consider too.
I imagine there are many state contracted roofers that probably have very similar credentials. The roofing is seemingly, I'm sure you have very good roofers and very questionable roofers, but I gotta imagine we could request certifications and so forth. We held up, I pointedly asked over a month ago, so before you joined us, I pointedly asked, could we run parallel paths? Could we go out for competitive bids while at the same time exploring, should we tear down the building? You know, make a parking lot, make a two-story building, whatever. The answer was no.
Well, if we tore down that building tomorrow, we face more issues because we've got a community development group. What do we do with them? We've got a Meals on Wheels group. What do we do with them? We've got a historical group. What do we do with that? So I understand that point. I walked away from that meeting, and the primary question was, can we find out how much it would cost to do these analyses? Settembrino's come back and said that's $35,000. So
yeah, we're seeing that now with no understanding of anything. I haven't even read this yet. So before I give my vote to begin to move forward to begin repairs of this roof, I need to understand this. $35,000 sounds like a decent amount of money, more than I was hoping it would be. But once again, I feel like this is a boomerang. And no matter how many times I kind of throw it out at a target to say, hey, should we add a second floor in this building? Should we demolish the building, make it a parking lot? We could have more parking, get our police cars off of Lorraine Avenue, put them in a parking lot, a legitimate parking lot. Are there other things we should do with this money and with this land? I feel like the boomerang just keeps coming back to what the mayor wanted from the beginning, which is fix the roof on this really old building that's falling apart as we speak.
Well, I disagree with that, only because Settembrino did exactly what we asked him to do. Come back and tell us what it would cost to do this analysis. It's $35,000. You can read the line items, and it's going to take, I did not get how long, because this just came late today, but if it's a month or 6 weeks to do this analysis, then we're into more deliberation and we don't get this fixed. You're absolutely right. I am pushing to get this fixed because I think it's our responsibility to take care of our assets, and we're not doing it. You know, we once we got a recommendation when we did the 319 Lorraine to do some securing of that facility, we made that investment, even though that was a very high risk investment. But we did it based on the fact that the principle was we've got an asset, you need to protect the asset. And that was the recommendation.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Fehrenbach? Are these prices contingent on the work being done simultaneously, or is it no?
No.
So in theory, if we wanted to give permission or support for the concept to proceed at the work for 701 Main Street, that in theory could be done, and then have a lovely discussion about the roof replacement part, or?
Okay, I misunderstood. I don't know if Profco was planning on them taking place at the same time. That is possible. I know that the mold remediation would be following the completion and testing of the roof.
Right, which we don't have here at this time, at this building.
Yes.
Mr. Fairman, if we were to abandon our hope that there might have been creative solutions outside of repairing flat roof on an old building, but if we were to say, let's focus on fixing the roof, as you're asking us to do, could we then immediately, and not immediately, we have to do this at the next council meeting, but could we begin an RFP process where we could get other competitive bids? I don't believe that Profco is necessarily going to be the lowest bid, and I'd like to demonstrate one way or the other if I'm right or if I'm wrong by having a competitive bid. We talked about doing this earlier, but we put it off.
Let me say this, and I'll ask the borough attorney to correct me if I happen to be wrong. There is a difference among bids, RFPs, and quotes. If you do a bid and you receive bids, you are going to be bound to make an award because you have represented that you have the money and you have the intention to proceed. If you use a state contract, it is generally the case that state contracts come in at reasonable or even lesser amounts because they have the opportunity of quantity. A quote would be able to potentially be obtained using a set of specifications that you couldn't necessarily hold the vendor to, but you would only be able to award that under exigent circumstances. So you have to go out quickly and receive the material, receive the response quickly and award quickly, because the amount of this contract is going to exceed the bid limit. The reason why the state contract is being suggested to you at this time is because, first, it only requires a resolution of the council to authorize the purchase. Secondly, that the architect has had experience with this provider and knows the quality of work that this provider performs and is willing to provide a strong reference for that provider's work. That is the reason why we took this route. I can tell you, having dealt with flat roofs in many other occasions, including personally, I'm not a fan of flat roofs. But the fact of the matter is that you have one and they can be fixed properly when you have a qualified, recognized, reputable party doing the work. And if you go out to bid, you're not necessarily going to get that. I'm not going to say that you won't get it, but not necessarily.
Whether it be a bid or a quote or an RFP, whatever the appropriate term of art is, are you saying we could not say we're asking for these proposals from all state contractor approved roofing companies? Like, if you don't have that as a qualification, you can't bid. We can't make that a requirement.
I wouldn't necessarily say that all state contract vendors are equal.
Well, no, of course not, but...
So what I'm saying is that we have to identify, I'll just try to truncate.
I'm just trying to get multiple quotes.
We have to identify qualified roofers who do this sort of work and then see quotes from them and see where that gets us. And that, with everything else that's going on, that's probably going to take a minimum of a couple of weeks.
And I guess 2 points. We did go out based on Councilman Weber's request and get a quote that came in at $130,000, $132 maybe, I can't remember the exact number. But it was a written, this approximates what it would take to fix this roof, number one. Number two, I know Mr. Settembino gave us a number of examples of jobs he's done with Provco, and one was a large school district that it was, I want to say it was 280,000 foot square feet roof. So my question, I guess, Councilman, is why not Provco?
Because they're one bidder. One bidder. They could be middle of the pack.
They're not a bidder. They're somebody who was recommended by the architect. So why not?
Okay, they're not a bidder. We have one proposal. I'd like competitive proposals. I would like to see that. As my due diligence on behalf of our taxpayers, I'd like to know that this is a reasonable proposal. I appreciate that they're approved by Settembino, the architect. I believe there are many other very qualified roofers out there, and I just think we, on the borough, on the residents' behalf, we should be getting competitive bids.
And my only point relative to that is, this clock has been ticking for a long time.
Understood.
And
Very well. And then we went and we built brand new offices under a leaky roof. I understand it's been a
we
long
didn't
time.
build brand new offices. All we did was expand and have a little conference area. Those offices have been there for years.
Okay, I think,
We have water, please.
yeah, I think I've more than commented, so if my colleagues have any other comments, I'll let them speak, otherwise we can address your question.
Let me say this, I think I've heard the sense of the council, and the sense of the council is that there is somewhat of a split of opinion as to how we ought to proceed. We'll have to see what additional costs we end up incurring as the result of the passage of time. But given what I'm hearing, I will see what the opportunity is to be able to obtain one or two or three additional quotations from vendors that I can get appropriate references on.
Let me ask you just one other question that you and the mayor may both deem this to be, off in left field, but if there really are, I think we've resolved the health risk to our employees by moving them, but you both pointed out that you're concerned about productivity-related issues, less than sub.
Yeah, well, that plus, if in fact one of the options is to raise the building, we don't have, right now, the facilities to accommodate these functions.
My question was, Mr. Fairbank, my question is going to be, have you, and I know you've got many, many years of municipal experience, have you, in a similar situation, either been in yourself or seen others, consider short-term rental of retail space? Like, we have some shops that are available for short, I don't know how long, but if they were available for a short-term lease, 6 months, is that something that we could consider?
I've seen the use of trailers more often, but if the relative price, after you go out and shop it around, you may find that retail space is cheaper than trailers.
I asked the question only to say, I'm trying to understand and help address the borough's needs as the mayor has positioned them with what I think is a very important duty we have as a council to just step back and look at the bigger picture as well as the immediate short-term needs. And if that might be a solution that kind of gives us both a small win, I don't know if that's something you could at least investigate on our behalf.
I just think it's a cost, we're into a cost issue then too.
We are.
Rental, moving, trailers.
Well, we just saved $20,000 by putting this off a month, because it was 160.
That's what?
It was 163. The practice dropped it to one.
Well, no, they didn't.
No, what it was is
It's always been 145.
they didn't describe it properly. It included two elements. Before it was presented as if that was the price of one, but there were actually two elements in it.
Anyway, that's the end of my comments.
So let me ask this question. Did I hear that there is a desire for 3 quotes from reputable roofing contractors who perform this specialized work on flat roofs?
That would be my desire.
It's not my desire.
I suggested it at a last, one of the meetings, because I know when I have work done, I always get a second opinion, sometimes a third opinion. So I know this was a non-fair and open. I would like to see fair and open. Or even just quotes, because I know, like what you said, lock into somebody that you don't like, maybe.
The CME did do a quote, and it came in at $132,000. They said, it's not perfect, but it's representative of what this is gonna cost you to fix it. I look at 132, 145, and I say, okay, it's reasonable. I think I just think, I'm just concerned about the whole situation. Tactically, we've got a building that we should be protecting and we're not. We can argue why that is and how that is, but I just think we should proceed with your recommendation, Mr. Fairbank. I don't know, do we need to bring it to a vote, or?
I think I have a sense as to where everybody's going, and that's what I will try to perform.
Okay, thank you.
Can we ask Propco to do it for 130?
Let's just get.
Okay.
Let me-
You want to see some other quotes? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Anything else?
Not from you.
Chief, anything from you?
I'll hold off on the activity, the amended activity log, which Councilman Gutierrez is doing here. But I can say that, you know, that it looks like the winter is past us, at least by the calendar, and thank God for that. Hopefully we won't have any surprises. But I can tell you that I will be speaking directly with the street superintendent with regard to the warmer weather, with regard to the sweeping of the streets and things like that. So I know that's been an issue. We've tried to address it. There's a little bit of a problem there. We don't want to put the residents in a situation where they're moving when they're not being able to sweep on that particular day. So we are going to address that, and hopefully we can come to some resolution. But does anyone have any questions for me? Yes, sir.
Business up on Main Street, I know I just seen the signs go up in front of my office of 2-hour parking. Is that gonna start getting enforced?
It's currently enforced.
Okay, just because there's just lots, that's like my biggest issue with patients is just no parking. And there's cars that are sitting that live right there that haven't moved all day on multiple days, so I was just wondering if there's a little more street control, like making that move. That's all.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to council comments.
Reports?
Yes. Council reports, I'm sorry. Yes.
All right. The Bradley Beach Land Use Board met last week and discussed the disconnect between Borough Code and Uniform Construction Code for the definitions of third floor, half-story, and habitable attic. The chair of the board requested borough construction officials review these terms and adjust our borough definitions to be in line with accepted terminology, which would help applicants, their attorneys, and board members. They also approved an application for a porch and balcony. The Bradley Beach Environmental Commission would like to remind everybody that the Spring Beach Sweep is coming up on Saturday, April 1st from 9 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. There's 2 start times, 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. And the team will be meeting at the gazebo on Ocean Avenue and Fifth Avenue. Pre-registration is required, so please register at cleanoceanaction.org. The annual Bradley Beach Green Fair will take place on Earth Day, April 22nd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. in Riley Park. This is a free event and will feature a wide range of activities, including free yoga and live music. Vendor space is still available, so if interested, please visit the borough website or email communications@bradleybeachmj.gov. And finally, I attended the Bradley Beach Elementary School PTA gift auction. I know other council people were there. And I just want to extend my sincerest thank you to the PTA who organized the event and all the residents and local businesses who donated. We had an absolute blast, and my puppy Natty Girl is really excited because she's enjoying her gift basket from Paws and Anchors. So we really did have a really great time.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Denovo.
On March 11th, 2023, Councilman Gubatose and I attended the budgeting for the elected official. Everything you need to know to create, balance, and approve your municipality's budget. And they said, creating and approving a feasible budget is one of the most important tasks of an elected official. It is also one of the most complex and time-consuming tasks. I currently have not seen anything about the budget yet, and I've been scheduled 1 hour to meet and talk with the CFO, and I do hope we can elaborate on that, because we should be collaborating and working together for the best outcome for the residents. The Shade Tree is going to be doing their Shade Tree the Bradley Beach Shade Tree Commission is going to do the tree planting April 29th. If you'd like a free tree in front of your home, please stop by the office or go on the website and fill out the wishing tree application. We also are doing honor me trees if you'd like to honor someone with a tree. The tourism is doing the Mediterranean Festival this Saturday at the Ascension Center behind the church from 2 to 8 p.m. It's a family-friendly event with music, folk dancers, face painting for the kids, as well as nearly 30 arts and crafts vendors. There's going to be dessert from E. Holland Sundries, Del Ponte's, classic Italian from Rocco's, Greek food from Gianni's, and beautiful dishes from the downstairs kitchen. And they'll also be serving, Bradley Beach will be serving homemade zeppelins, coffee, I'm starting to drool, coffee, tea, and hot chocolate. And there's also going to be an Italian car show with the weather permitting. The annual Shamrock Hunt was a huge success. There were 9 painted rocks discovered, and prizes were donated by the great Bradley businesses. Board of Ed had their meeting, and they honored the winter athletes, the cheerleaders, the boys basketball, the girls basketball. They had a student report about Read Across America. The older children read to the younger children. They had a talent show that was a lot of fun. And they also celebrated Pi Day. It celebrated the mathematical constant of 314, and they had some mathematical hijinks, as well as pie throwing contests at the teachers and the parents. And they also presented their, David Tonzola presented their budget, and even though they lost state aid again of $120,000, consecutively they lost in the last 6 years $700,000. They worked collaboratively. Why do I never say this word? Collaboratively. I did it. Okay, great. And they're only going to have a 2% tax increase. Let's see. Oh, and they also built a little leprechaun traps for St. Patty's Day, and they're trying to catch the leprechauns so they can steal their gold for a new boiler. And they're trying to recruit students as well, and they're advertising, and they're accepting enrollments from pre-K through 8th grade. And they have a new board member, Noelle Weinberg, so congratulations to her. And let's see if I have, oh, and I want to say, one of the board members, Bridget Devane, was named by Senator Loretta Weinberg, one of the most powerful women in New Jersey. So I want to say kudos to her and kudos to all the brilliant people we have here at Bradley Beach, and thanks for being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to hold up the little flyer that they had?
Oh, yeah. Enroll now. And they also have why the school is so great. It has gifted and talented ESL, reading intervention, advanced math courses, math intervention, and I also asked if they had these in the Spanish versions as well, so we can recruit students for their dual language program.
Yeah, as I understand, so I'll wait till
Okay.
my turn, sorry.
Go ahead. Well, once the mayor says it's your turn, then go ahead.
Yep, Councilman Gutierrez.
As I understood that, Ms. DeNoble, it's a big thing for our school to attract potential students because we have very low and very attractively low class sizes. So that should be an issue that other students outside of Bradley Beach might be interested in taking advantage of. And they're going to social media, so you may see advertisements like this in social media trying to encourage others to enroll here. It's almost like gravy. Every enrollment, I think, each incoming new student would be, I think they pay a fee of around $3,000. But because they already have the teachers in place, they already have some capacity, there's no real additional cost. So any additional students they can bring in really just add right to the bottom line. So very wonderful school with a lot to offer, and they're trying to get the word out so that other municipalities learn about the attractiveness of Bradley Beach Elementary. I do have a police report from Detective Browning. Thank you, sir. The subject was arrested for burglary and theft to unlocked motor vehicles. One of our K-9 units was deployed to assist the Ocean Township Police Department in the tracking of a burglary suspect. And police responded to a working structure fire, and upon arrival found visible flames and smoke emanating from the residence. Officers made entry to the home to ensure it was empty, then began evacuating neighboring residents. The Bradley Beach Fire Department arrived, and with mutual aid from surrounding towns, the fire was extinguished. So I do appreciate Detective Browning's reports for me to read to you every couple of weeks. And I'm fascinated by the amount of activity that our police department gets into, especially, Detective, I love the K-9 reports, because originally I didn't appreciate that we had a K-9 unit. And when I see every report, there's always some opportunity for us to assist neighboring towns and municipalities. So I think that's excellent work and very much to be complimented. I also want to speak for a moment about challenges that I am facing, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of the council, although I know the rest of the council is in a similar position to me, in that we held a budget workshop a couple of weeks ago. I say we, but it was the administration, the mayor and our business administrator. They introduced the budget, they didn't introduce, I'm sorry, they workshopped the budget they shared with the public at the same time it was shared with the council. And the reason I'm sharing some insights tonight is because I will admit that I am often aware of social media comments. I'm not going to sit here and say I never go on social media. I seldom comment on social media, but if I'm not looking, someone inevitably brings posts to my attention. And posts that I'm hearing about run along the lines of, we should get rid of this whole council. See, somebody doesn't like that idea, so thank you. But we should get rid of the whole council. Why isn't the whole council taking action? Why isn't the whole council reducing this potential rate tax increase? Now, granted, it was a workshop, and granted, that number is going to change, I can assure you all. But what I also want you to know is, one, we, the council, had no input into that budget workshop that was presented. Two, I only found out myself that the preliminary tax suggestion was representative for the municipal taxes of a 20% increase. I only found that out in front of you all with the rest of the council present. I don't think any of us knew what Ms. Humphrey was going to present. And the mayor led that introduction by stating that we were surprised by the magnitude of increases in health care and in pension and in our JIF. And I went back to the video. He said those new increases amounted to over $1 million, $1,030,000. I went to a spreadsheet that the CFO provided to us, a spreadsheet that was largely not valuable because there's data missing that I need to access. But one thing he did provide were the amounts of the increases. And the amounts of the increases were not $1 million. They were about $300,000. So that's an example of what this council hears versus what we're left to decipher on our own. Now, it's been 2 weeks since that workshop. And for almost every day of those 2 weeks, I've been asking the mayor, and I've been copying the BA, and I've been copying the CFO, saying, when can I get an updated spreadsheet with data that I can analyze? And the mayor today told me he will schedule me for 1 hour with the CFO. And I said to the mayor, and I said this very measured, I said, please reconsider. This is not acceptable. I am representing our residents. I have an accounting background. I am by no means an expert, but I can at least ask. In fact, I have a lot of questions to ask. I can ask some meaningful questions. I might actually be able to contribute. And if we as a council, including the mayor, if we as a governing body could collaborate, we could probably drive the best outcomes for our residents. But as we stand 2 weeks after the budget workshop, this council has still not seen details that we can analyze to assess the status of this budget. And in fact, I'll add one more thing. I was asked by a newspaper reporter, well, Councilman, you've got an accounting background, what do you think can be done to reduce taxes? And I said to him, you know what? I don't know that answer because I don't know what's driving the taxes up. So I just want to be as clear as I can. We're sitting here, we are trying very hard to get involved, to contribute to a good outcome for our residents, and after 2 weeks, we have made zero progress other than the mayor allowing me 1 hour with the CFO. I conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Al. Thank you. Thank you, Al.
Who is that, Randy?
Yeah.
I applaud.
Can we get Zoom squared away here on the shelf?
Know what's going on.
Okay, I wasn't going to talk about the budget tonight, but I guess I'll be compelled to. Last year, in the workshop, the initial workshop that we did, we followed the same path. The CFO, the BA came forward, provided us a first look. That first budget that we reviewed and the final budget that we came out with were two different products. I'd like to remind people that our BA thought she'd be out a week and was out a month in January. That cost us certainly some time. We have an interim BA who's here for 3 days a week. So we are operating under a little bit of a capacity constraint. Councilman Gubitosi brought up...
The meeting is on mute now. The Zoom people can't hear.
Councilman Gubitosi brought up some issues a week or two ago, I think it was last week, and we re-looked at the schedule. I sat down with the CFO, I sat down with Greg. We reworked the schedule, and I believe we've got adequate time between now and when we introduce and when we adopt the budget, adequate time for review. The first pass on that is an hour review with each council person to answer questions and get insights. So that's the first step. We were asked to look at an additional workshop, and we've actually preliminarily put that on the schedule. So unfortunately, things aren't always perfect when you go through a process, but we do have a process that we are going to have reviews. I believe we'll have solutions. Councilman Gubitosi brought up the fact that there was a spreadsheet issue. I can tell you that the healthcare costs that I quoted, the healthcare GIF and pension costs, I saw in Edmunds, which is not a spreadsheet that was downloaded from Edmunds, and those costs were real. So we do have some challenges. It's not saying we can't overcome those challenges going forward, and that's where we'll go. So I appreciate those comments. We're sensitive to those, but we will come up with a good product at the end.
Mr. Mayor, healthcare costs went up $115,000 last year. That's per hour CFO. So what you were looking at in Edmonds was an allocation of the healthcare costs, undoing adjustments that we had done the year before, one-time adjustments to take money from the surplus of the utilities, the beach and the sewer.
We will go back, and certainly I'll validate that, but...
The healthcare costs did not surprise us, is my point.
Well, they surprised me, so thank you. Okay, let me go into my comments. Our two outfall repair projects are moving. Equipment and resources will be on the beach, on the cave at Ocean Park at the latter part of April. We'll also have a few days between late April and late June where the promenade at that point will be closed and we'll have to walk around. We're going to try to minimize this. The police and OEM are coordinating it. We'll do weekly newsletters during that time to keep people apprised. We're going to strive to minimize any disruption. We did have the Sylvan Lake pre-construction meeting last week with the engineers and Avon officials. This project is going to be more complex from a timeline perspective than the Ocean Park McCabe, but thankfully we haven't seen any more deterioration at that site, and it's not as impactful to our residents as the Ocean Park McCabe would be. North side of town, we've received the replacement benches for Fletcher Lake. We'll be getting those out shortly. We're also preparing a walking bridge between us and the Ocean Grove community. That should be happening in April. Again, more good infrastructure. We've talked about Councilman Cologne's contacting us, and that's good. It looks like one of our projects will go in front of Transportation Housing and Urban Development. Hopefully that's going to bear fruit. Beach lockers, we mentioned earlier today, emails went out on March 10th. Number of inquiries, team fielded those. As I said, I think we have about 80% of those registrations in. I mentioned at the last meeting, the Mayor's Wellness Committee applied for his designation with New Jersey Healthcare Institute for 22. We chose to fill out their questionnaire. We did that, and we received a really good designation. We were designated as not as a healthy town, but as a healthy town to watch, which is kind of the silver award in that designation. So I'm very proud of the team that worked on that and got us that designation. 14 towns got a healthy town designation. Bayhead, Asbury Park, and Freehold are our neighbors that got that. And Highlands did get a healthy town to watch designation. And the third was up and coming, no towns in this area got that designation. Memorial Day planning is ongoing. Also at the last meeting, I announced the 130th anniversary celebration. Those meetings have started to take place. There's Paula Gavin's kind of working with the small committee and with our officials to get that moving. I know they met today, and there's a couple of changes to that. We got no library report. Unfortunately, Ashley had a little bit of a fender bender that put her out for a week or so, so she did not provide a report. On the recreation side, we continue good aftercare programs in recreation. We're now using the Junior National Honor Society for volunteer hours, which is great. Crosswords and Coffee is really picking up some steam at the recreation center. We had a family game night on Friday the 10th, and we'll be doing it again this Friday. It seems to be going well. Held a drop-off for the parents for the PTA event that we mentioned from Sunday, and we were able to accommodate the children of the volunteers who were working the event, so that's great. There's a softball clinic in April for the rec department for baseball, softball. There's sign-ups that we could raise 5 through 8, and that's about it for recreation. Arts Council, the spring production of Cats, 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 and More Cats is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, April 28th, 29th, 30th. Julia Rand and her team are gearing up for that right now. It will be at the elementary school, as the last production was, which is a great venue, so we're happy about that. And that is my report. So we'll now move to the next item, which is comments. Public comments. Any public comments? Yes.
Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brittany Avenue. I just want to clarify as far as the appointments that went on tonight, they're still not employed? We don't have contracts for anyone? Is that yes? I wasn't sure because it's 2 and 2. It's 2 yeses and 2 nos. So how does that work?
Motion failed.
It fails.
Motion failed.
So are they still doing work for us?
Yes, sir.
Are they getting paid?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Next is the mercantile license. So I just went to pay my mercantile license last week, and I was made aware of that I don't owe a mercantile license. I've been in business, I think, since 2018, and I paid my mercantile license every year. And as a professional, which I just was made aware of, I don't have to pay them. So how do I go about getting reimbursed?
That's being worked on right now.
Dr.
We're aware of that.
Yes.
Would you please submit a request to us?
Okay.
I don't necessarily have your name.
Okay.
It may be had by
Michelle
a
does.
member of the staff.
Okay.
And once we are able to go through the history of that,
Yeah.
we'll be going to the council to take certain actions.
As far as reimbursements go.
In all likelihood, yes, but
Right.
there's some things we need to understand first.
Great, and can I make a suggestion, because I just looked up on, what was it, I think it was Neptunes, because our wording is pay the mercantile or you get a summons. And then I looked up Neptune cities, and it says all businesses must have mercantile license, which ours does. Then it says professional offices or businesses which are state licensed should complete the application, but are not required to pay the mercantile fee. So if there's any way that we can change that wording on that goes out to us, so we know, because, and also another question is, there's multiple professionals here. There's lawyers, hairstylists, cosmetologists, I'm not sure what it is. Are they gonna be, is it gonna be carte blanche, we're gonna go through everyone's records, or just people who inquire about it?
No, I think there's more extensive analysis going on, and we'll put corrective action in place where appropriate.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes.
Eileen Shishes, 112 Fourth Avenue, Bradley Beach. I have a couple of questions on different topics. Is that okay? First of all, I would like to know about the bill list. It said something, it was 2300387 Sylvan Lake Landscapes. There's $4,000 for miscellaneous expenses for Sylvan Lake. Then it's $1,200 for maintenance and $1,500 for the borough engineer. Could somebody please explain to me where the $4,000 was spent, how it was spent, and where, that's a lot of money, and it's miscellaneous. What is the miscellaneous?
You're gonna be looking to me, I don't have that in front of me.
Yeah, no, we'll have to follow.
I saw that today and
Okay.
it surprised me some, that we'll try to find out.
Okay, and maintenance, I don't know, I would like to know the difference between that. And then the borough engineer was paid $1,500 for that project as well?
I'm gonna be looking into
thank you.
that, the
Okay.
whole package.
Thank you very much. Also, I have a question regarding S0484, and it is payment to attorneys, and it's Shane Schaefer Gallen, and for a tax appeal. And I noticed there were two payments, one as of January 2023 for $594, and that bill was paid. But I found it interesting that there is another bill that was paid, and it was due November 2022. And again, I'm asking, why are we delinquent in paying our bills?
It could be a function of the bill coming in, the invoice.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Now,
But as I mentioned, I think in the last meeting, every time I ask, is every closet and is every drawer empty and are we clean? I've been hearing more and more and more, yes, we're clean, we're clean, we're clean. We're gonna have glitches every now and again. The vendor could have the glitches, we could have glitches, but we're really working very hard to fix that issue.
Okay.
So I appreciate the comment, because we don't want to have delinquent.
no, I don't think it reflects
No, it's
well
not
on our
appropriate.
town.
No, it's-
Another question I have is regarding this building, in the Osio Center.
Mm-hmm.
How much did the renovations cost over there?
Which renovations are you talking?
Well, you
The
said.
recent ones?
Yes, the
The recent ones, I can talk to that. I don't have the exact amount, but it wasn't a significant amount of money. And the reason I say that is, all we did was create a counter and create a wall, so we had a conference area, so when people came in, they could sit with the.
But money
I
was-
can get that, I can get that number.
Money was still spent,
Yes.
knowing you had a leaky roof, you had mold, and you knew you had potential problems there.
Okay, we knew we had a leaky roof that we figured would get fixed. The area that was that we created this little conference area, I don't think there's leaks right there. There's leaks away from there and in the actual office area.
Okay, but it was a known fact when money was spent in that building, there was a leaky roof, correct?
Yes, and a
Okay.
plan to fix that roof. The plan to fix that roof has
Well-
been going on since early 2022.
But my question, and I've had this question with you before, that you shouldn't let it get to the point where it's such a major expense.
I can't agree more.
Okay, we can't replay that. But you knew you had a serious problem with the roof, and you went forward with renovations.
I don't think so the anticipation was that the roof would be fixed, and it wouldn't impact the renovations. And to date, it really hasn't impacted those renovations. All we did with the renovations, we created a counter to make it easier for the group to talk,
Well, then-
and a wall for a conference table.
And then how was the mold discovered? How did that take place?
We had a mold person come in. A mold company.
Right. Was that done after the renovation?
Oh,
or
yeah, it
before
was just
the-
done recently, just very recently.
Okay.
It was done
But I just-
less than a month ago.
But I just, in my opinion, it just seems like it's out of sequence. If you knew you had a leaky roof and you had people and you had space there, that a mold problem was discovered after the fact.
The mold problem was discovered when, well, number one, the employees over there were asking for fixes on this roof, and we kept saying to them in 22, we're doing this estimate, it moved around, you heard the conversation today. My opinion, and people may disagree with me, is we're not fulfilling our responsibility, is my opinion. And I will tell you why I say that. I grew up in a company that had 4 principles. You take care of the customer first, the employees second, the towns you work in third, and the stockholders fourth.
Right.
If you take care of the first 3, don't worry about the 4th. I don't believe we are taking care of our employees in this case, so that's why I'm so adamant about fixing this. I don't think we're really looking at our investment as an asset, so that's why I'm adamant about, let's get this fixed.
I'm just tired of Band-Aids on wounds.
I agree.
In this town. And it's a problem throughout.
I can't agree more.
And I think that I would like to have known, I really would like to know how much the renovations did on top of how much that total package would cost, and how that would have affected using the idea of having a new building or having it done professionally and properly.
I'll give you my estimate. The renovations we recently did were less than $10,000, they were probably $5,000. They weren't significant. Now, I don't know when they moved the offices in there, that was back years.
Well, I can't believe, I'm not going to go into this anymore, but I just think that it was out of sequence, and it was a poor decision to do something like that when you knew you had a major problem. And that problem just didn't start. And I don't know who's going to assume responsibility for not taking care of it properly, but a small problem became a major problem.
I can't agree more, and all I'm trying to do is resolve that problem.
Okay. Now, may I move on to my next issue? Okay.
How are you doing for time here?
Okay,
My
I'll
time
go
too.
quickly. So I sent, and it's about Memorial Day Parade. I am 100% in favor of the Memorial Day Parade. I sent an email to the mayor and council, and my specific questions were not answered, and I want to make it public so I can maybe now get the correct answers. I said that the activities on the first 2 activities on the boardwalk, i.e. vendors and festivals, really create a nuisance for the residents who live in the first 2 blocks. It interferes with the quality of life, and I've gone through odors, noise, music loud, parking issues. But my bigger question is, what is the decision-making process for events like this?
It varies, but this particular event has been going on for years. So there hasn't been much deviation from the deviation in the Memorial Day parade and the vendors is primarily, we stopped doing it for the 2 years during COVID. We reintroduced the parade last year. We started ramping up some level of vendors. It was small, but it was very well received. So
It was well received?
absolutely.
What was, okay, I'll get back to that. What is?
I'm not sure how long you want to go. You're beyond the 5 minutes.
Okay, well, I would like to have my questions answered about the criteria that was used to determine whether to have vendors rather than simply enjoy the beautiful parade. Another question I have, if this was done by a committee, how were the members selected, and who are the members, and how many live in the first 2 blocks? I think also that there's a common theme here, that there's a lack of transparency.
I don't agree with that.
Well,
I'm sorry.
may I finish, please?
Sure.
Okay. The residents, the taxpayers, and the council learned at the same time, at the last council meeting, that there was going to be a Memorial Day parade. Councilwoman Meredith was also appointed the liaison to that committee. She knew ahead of time. The rest of the council didn't know, and the taxpayers didn't know. So in my opinion, that's a lack of transparency.
I don't think that's a lack of transparency. It's a function of, we've done the Memorial Day parade and we've done this vendor deal for years.
The vendors were done under event planners for a period of time. And then that, at my understanding, did that have, when you have an event planner do it, do you have to have council approval?
I never used an event planner for it, so I don't.
Okay, but okay. Last year, you did not have an event planner, therefore I was explained to me.
I don't think we had one the year before either. I don't think we've had an event planner for years, I don't think.
I know we had Sparks, and we know we had Passion Group. Okay, but where am I, let me just.
So your question is, would that be approved by the council? It would be, yes.
If it was an event planner.
Yeah.
Okay, but if it's not an event planner, then it doesn't have to be approved by council, correct?
Right, but the whole concept of a committee doing this has been going on forever.
Who's the committee?
I don't have an answer to the committee, but there's Lisa on the committee, Public Works,
But
council president.
who initiated this?
Our person who runs events for us internally in the administration.
Tourism?
Yeah.
Okay, and how are these committee people selected, besides the police and all,
Typically, they've been kind of carry on each year and say we'll stay on and do it.
So it's the same people over and over, repetition?
No, there's a couple new people that have raised their hand and say we want to be involved.
How did they know about it?
They volunteered to be a volunteer in town, and they said we'd be happy to do this. There's a form on the website that you can volunteer for committees and commissions.
Okay. Another issue I have with the parade. Last year's event netted $1,800. And when I had my post-meeting with Councilwoman Meredith, you said to me the goal, you made the comment, the goal to the parade, to having the vendors on the boardwalk, was not about making money for the borough.
That's correct.
Well, then what is the goal and objective of having that?
Just like any other tourism event, you are trying to show your town, let people utilize your town as a destination. I'll give you an example. 3 or 4 people, last year I was on the promenade, and 3 or 4 people took trains here, enjoyed the beach for the day, enjoyed the stuff on the boardwalk, and said they love Bradley Beach.
We also know that these events on the boardwalk do not increase beach revenues.
Oh, that's not necessarily true.
Yes. excuse me, I
Well, the
am
people I
a,
talked to last year came down for the day, went on the beach.
2
and
or
used
3
public-
people, you said?
Yeah, I just did a
Okay,
sample.
okay.
Okay, I think we get, if you
Now,
want to take this
just one
offline.
more time. 4th of July, we have 4th of July events, right?
Yes.
And that is, who subsidizes that?
We do.
We do, at the expense of our neighbors, do Avon or Ocean Grove participate in that at all? I mean, we all benefit, the surrounding towns benefit from that. Do they help contribute with?
No, no.
No?
Just
Okay.
as when they have events and our people go to their towns, we don't.
Okay. And I just want to ask Meredith one question, Councilwoman. When you were appointed the representative for this vendors on the boardwalk, how did you feel about being in conflict with the Business Alliance that I know you were so, you were so active in? And that the goal of the Business Alliance is to promote Main Street
It's to
business.
promote businesses within Bradley Beach. There's nothing precluding a Main Street business from having a vending, having a table on Boardwalk. Additionally, just to clarify, let me back up. I lived on Ocean Avenue for 7 years, so I do understand your concerns. I lived them myself. I do know that for people in my building at the time, this was a family tradition for them, where their families came down and they enjoyed Memorial Day weekend and walking on the boardwalk. So I hear your concerns, I understand them. I've certainly passed them along, and I think that I'm just gonna make sure that, like I spoke to you before the meeting tonight, that I would love to get together. If I learn information, I can share it with you. As you have thoughts, you can share it with me.
Right, and just on the counterpart up to your, about family events, I know so many residents that make sure they're out of town for events like that because it interferes with their family life so
I'm
much.
sure there's so many different opinions in this
Okay.
town, which is one of the
Okay.
reasons why I love it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes.
Julie Matitis, 605 Newark Avenue. I just wanted, I have a couple of comments on it, a couple of issues in regards to the Biazzi building. I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Councilmember Gubitosi. We should not have just one bid as to be the be-all, end-all, especially for the fact that there are errors on the information that has been provided to us. We as individuals, if we were doing anything at our own homes, would get multiple cost estimates and everything else. There's not a blank check here to just keep giving out money. And the fact of the matter is the Biazzi building has seen better days. And we really should think about maybe it's time that it's worn out its time. And I will also say is, I'm very, we definitely want to protect our employees and everybody else. But at the end of the day is, the taxpayers have to pay for this. I'm someone who, like yourself, Mr. Mayor, worked for a billion-dollar corporation, went through renovations, relocations, and everything. And in today's day and age, maybe people have laptops, they can work from home for more space. You have a very large office, maybe you could share your office. The other office that was just recently renovated, there's space there. People can work from home. People have to realize retail space.
We can't have people working from home.
Why not?
Because.
There are certain positions, controller can work from home, there's all different kind of positions where in today's, please let me finish, this is my time. The fact of the matter is you can be, you have to look at things differently. Yes, there are many positions that cannot work from home because they are very customer service oriented. But there can be, but there can be job sharing. We have to, during my days when I, again, working for a very large billion-dollar engineering firm, we had to share conference rooms is what we had to do during renovation for like 6-7 months when they were renovating our building. So there are things to do, and it might even behoove us to, economically, as to maybe move people into some retail spaces, temporary, and there are nice, clean facilities. Lots of empty buildings across on Main Street, so maybe that's something we should look at temporarily. But it's time to think out of the box. We renovated a building, unfortunately knowing that there were problems, so I do take issue with that. And I also think the fact of the matter, if we're gonna spend probably, when everything is said and done, probably close to 200,000, we better know what we're getting ourselves into and if it's worth it. So full in alignment with Mr. Gupatosi as to let's get more bids.
Thank you.
Because I'm not done.
Okay.
Okay? No, I'm not, so please hold your thank yous, I appreciate that. Secondly, you made a statement in the beginning of this meeting about everybody working together, we're being better at it. I know last meeting I got up here and said I really want to see, I was very disappointed over the budget workshop. The fact is that the council members were not provided information. This is not a private company. This is a government. This is a municipality. These are our tax dollars, okay? It's not secret. This stuff will be put out for us.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, why are you not including the council members? Wait, Mr. Gupatosi, have you been given very good information and being included in this budget?
I have no information, as I stated.
Mr. Noble, have you been provided information?
No.
Ms. DeMarco, have you been provided
I
information?
have a meeting scheduled for next week.
But have you been provided information since the last meeting?
We received an updated spreadsheet.
And how factual was it? Did you get everything?
There are mistakes which were raised and are being addressed.
Okay, so, but the fact of the matter is, you are not being inclusive, and it's coming across loud and clear. You said at the last meeting, and you made that promise to me, as I was up here, that you would be more collaborative and have a partnership. That is all we're asking for.
Yes,
It's-
and I would
time
say-
out, I'm still not done, please
Well-
you will have your time, but let me finish, I'm trying to be cognizant of the 5 minutes. We want everybody to work together. We want Mr. Marco, Mr. Gupatosi, Mr. Noble, Mr. Weber. You are part of a larger group. Mr. Mayor, it's just not you, and it's just not the VA. What Mr. Gupatosi spewed off here a few minutes ago, quoting numbers, allocations, this and that, blew everybody's doors off, okay? He is an expert in these arenas. He has worked for consulting, please don't roll your eyes,
Well,
okay?
no,
time
I
out.
take a little bit of exception. You're making comments that just aren't really that factual.
He's not a CPA, he hasn't worked for big
No,
global
no,
corporations.
I didn't
He
say
doesn't know numbers, he hasn't run businesses.
No.
Please tell me that. All we're asking for you to do is, obviously this man is highly intelligent and very good with numbers. That's why he was voted in again. Please utilize the talent that you have. We are better together. There's no I in team.
Yeah.
So do not cut me off, I'm not
I
done.
didn't cut you off.
Okay, so I would like for us to all work together. And then my last question is in regards to the professionals, okay? Seems like there's one side and there's another side. So, Mr. Gupatosi, you made a comment on some of them, one of the attorneys that you were not happy with. Mr. Noble, you said you did your due diligence as to why you're not happy. So what's the difference, Mr. Marco? You support the mayor. I'd like to know, what is your difference in supporting him with the professionals that he wants on board?
So just to be clear, this isn't as my vote isn't my support for the mayor, my vote is for the support of the professionals being nominated by the mayor.
But
So
why do you think, based on the differences, and what I'm trying to understand is, because this is gonna go around and round and round, if there isn't consensus on professionals, okay, why do we keep putting the same people up? There has to be compromises, and we're looking for compromise, and it has to be what's best for Bradley Beach. What's
Absolutely.
best, the CME contract should be, as he said, 1 year, shouldn't be 3 years. So I want what's best for this town, and I think everybody does, and I want to ensure that every single person, you, Mr. Marco, Mr. Gupatosi, Mr. Noble, and you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Weber, I know he's not here, are doing what's best for Bradley and not what's best for special interests, donors, and everything else. Because I want to see what's best for us, because we are spending way too much money on this project, that project, this. Everyone says minimal cost. You said, oh, a couple $1,000. A couple $1,000 is a lot to this small community. We're 0.67 square miles. And we have to start thinking about every dime we spend. And we've got to stop the spending and the special projects and have priorities and have a bigger plan. So I would ask again, Mr. Mayor, are you going to be more collaborative, work as a team, And we all want to hear from you that the next meeting, that you have all been together and for more than 1 hour to work on this budget.
We have a schedule, just one point. Yeah. It's now 8 minutes, just so that you know.
Okay.
So are you going to commit to that again?
I am committed to that.
Okay, well then, the proof is in the pudding. I'm hoping that the next meeting that we are
Thank
going
you.
to see something else.
Thank
I really do hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Rich Despin, 600 Third Avenue. Sorry I missed the last council meeting. That's the second meeting in the almost 10 years that I've been here, so I'm seeing you guys. With regards to the Velazquez Center, it's been made abundantly clear that there's a need for more space for our employees. Over the years I've seen that occurring. It's been made abundantly clear the last time that this was discussed with a lot more people in the room that we have tonight. And I walked away from that with a very clear understanding. There was a feeling that we don't want to make any shortcuts. Let's do it right. We need this space. Let's have a second floor in the building. We were still talking about that. I thought that was put to bed.
No. We didn't put the second floor as put to bed. No.
No, I said I thought that it was. I didn't say that it was put to bed.
Okay.
So, in any event, also with the parking lot, removing the parking lot and making more spaces for businesses, what are you gaining with that? Nothing. So we need space. That's what we need. We don't need more parking spaces for the businesses. I didn't know I was going to be talking on that. I have something here I was going to talk on. I've got a few items here. I guess it's best if I state them all because they're sort of connected. Once before I came before you and I said, I've got a real problem with getting information about what's going on here in Bradley Beach. And I had done a search at the time, I think this was a couple of years ago, that there were over 30 separate websites where I could get information about Bradley Beach. I said it would be nice to have that all in one spot. I still have problems finding them. However, just recently I bumped into a site that does have all that stuff together, Instagram. Now, if that's the case, why don't we let people know that broadly? Because collectively, there's more information there than I've seen with all the different sites that I've been to. Now, we have a tourism page. And there's links there. One of the links is to Instagram with a hashtag Visit Bradley Beach. When I went there the other day, I started counting how many ads there were for a law firm. It looked like they were promoting or giving people ideas for divorces. I stopped counting at 100. Okay, that's how many they were there. There were more beyond that. In addition to that, most of the other display ads that I saw were pictures of food. When I clicked them on, they were the ones that I did click on were from outside of Bradley Beach. So I don't know what was there. On the tourism page, it shows that the October 21st, 2019 was the last meeting minutes that were posted there. Also, it says that the facilitator is Annie Hall, and I remember her being given that position a few years back. And when I received some either Facebook or in some fashion about Bradley Beach information, there was also some information there promoting, for example, a museum in Freehold and other items. So I emailed her and I said, why are you sending me this through a town website? And she said she has nothing to do with it because she was let go by our former business administrator. So the last part of this puzzle, piece of this puzzle is, I checked with our clerk here in town, and I asked her what's going on with that, and she told me, oh, Amy Hall is still tourism head. So if somebody has any information that can clarify that to me, should like to hear it. Does anybody know who the tourism director is?
It is Amy Hall.
Okay, she told me explicitly by an email, and she made, I forget the wording she used. She wasn't happy with it. She said she was let go by the business administrator. So,
Rich, I know enough about the broader situation that I might steer you in a better direction, but I don't know specifically what Amy was thinking at the time she wrote whatever she wrote. But at a high level, there was a very limited period of time where we asked Amy to take on broader communications and keep tourism, and I believe she was asked to step down from the communications part of that, I believe. So she might have been referencing, if you saw a communication that came through Instagram, it might not have been a quote-unquote tourism communication. And I'm just speculating here, but that's the only thing I can think of.
okay, so the tourism page that has the link to hashtag Visit Bradley Beach is not at Bradley Beach.
I truly don't know.
I believe it is. We consolidated all those websites. One of the things that has to happen that's ongoing is trying to clean these old Facebook pages or links. So that's an ongoing project. And you raised good points. I've jotted them down and asked them to take a look at it.
Good, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Linda Duffy, 312 Brindley Avenue. I think at the last workshop when we talked about the Piazza Center and the roof, the sentiment within the population or the residents of the town, people wanted to get an estimate for a lot of things, not just what kind of a roof was going to be put on the building. How much would it cost to build a whole new structure? How much would it cost just to knock it down? I mean, different things. But anyway, I don't want to get back into that because it's a long story for everybody up here and it's getting late. All right, you know you have leaks here, well, fix those immediately because you don't want to have any more problems with the assets of our, excellent. What are we doing with the pump house on the beach?
Right now, nothing.
Why?
Because it's not a priority right now.
But could it be used for something else? I don't even know what's inside it. I'm imagining huge turbines and things like that.
No, it's pretty empty.
Okay, could we use it for zoning?
For what? No.
No? Okay, just
There's
ask.
some issues in that building that need remediation.
Okay, that's fine. What are we doing about Lorraine, the church? Did we get any feedback from Ocean Grove?
No, we're meeting with Ocean Grove next week. We got an appraisal that the council has. We sent that out as soon as we got it. We're waiting for any comments back. It's a draft appraisal. We'll finalize the appraisal. We should have a survey done by next week, and then we need a go-forward plan.
Okay, great. So this is from Jean, Ms. Lecky. She wanted to know, what about the Airbnbs?
There's a subcommittee that's going to hopefully finalize that introduction within the next few weeks.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Mr. Fernbach, your descriptions tonight have been very refreshing. Kind of missed that for a while, but you were very concise and you laid it out, and I really appreciate it. I look forward to more of your reports, and you were correct, this was the proper time to talk to council, and those type of interactions should have been happening the last couple of years. On that note, I do want to disagree with your exigent circumstances on this roof, and that's been confirmed by Mayor Fox, as he said, it's been ongoing since early +22. Well, that means it's not exigent. It's a self-created circumstance, and it should have been dealt with a long time ago. Now, I have a couple recommendations. One is to get a new architect, okay, at a better price. Second is to do exactly what you're doing with Mr. Fernbach and get 3 proposals, and let's figure it out. But don't take off the table a couple things that have been said tonight of knocking the building down and putting a trailer there and creating a safe circumstance for our people and a few parking spaces until we can figure it out. Or as Councilman Gubitosi said, rent a retail space on Main Street, create a little energy there. The key here is that we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. I don't know if you, Mr. Fernbach, did you have a chance to read the DCA Local Finance Board recommendations on the adjustment to the cap? Did you read those 6 items that are on there?
I know what's on there, yes.
Okay, there's a little thing underneath which makes recommendations for the council, and one of them is shared services. So before we spend a lot of money on a building for our services, we may be sharing services 4 or 5 years from now. I'd like to point out that the Borough of Spring Lake, in their basement, under the building, they service the building department for Spring Lake, Cedar, Brielle, and Spring Lake Heights. They have a zoning officer at their own towns. You get a zoning permit in your town, you bring it in with your file. The office works immaculately. So I don't want to spend too much more time on that, but I did want to confirm something that came up at the last meeting. It was confirmed that the business administrator, Ms. Humphrey's nephew, was hired as a police officer. And I'm a little puzzled how that happens when we have a nepotism ordinance. And was the council aware of this nepotism to get this job? I don't know, to get a police job here, do you have to be the son or the nephew of a business administrator to get a job? There's a lot of other people that are qualified. I find it very disturbing in this town if that happens.
Yep, I find your comments disturbing.
Really? Okay, great. And now I do have another question, Mary. You said something about the company you work for, J&J, and the shareholders were 4th on your list. Could you give me that list again?
Sure.
Sure.
Customer, employees, community, shareholders.
Okay, and what are we as the residents in your?
You're a combination of customer and shareholder.
So are we 1 or are we 2.5? Which are we? I think we're 1, and I'd like us to be treated as
You're
one.
actually a little bit of both. You're 1 and 4.
Yeah, well, we should be 1 all the way. We pay the bills. All we're asking for is proper service and a proper administration.
Don't disagree
Who gives
with
us
that at all.
real answers.
I try to provide real answers.
Well-
I'm disappointed that you feel that way, but you're entitled to your opinion.
Well, Mayor, I've been a councilman. I've sat at the meetings that start in January, February, March. You get 80 pages of line items, and you review them. You bring the department heads in. Do you need the new ladders this year? Do you need the new Scott Air Packs this year, guys? Do you need a new truck? Can you hold off another year? That's how you run a town. Thank you, sir.
And that's what we do. Thank you. Yes.
Nancy Maddow, Ocean Park Condominiums. Regarding the workshop discussion on the beach, where supposedly, we're partners in this decision-making process. I find it odd that $85,000 was approved for mats, because I thought no decisions had been made. That being stated, regarding putting benches onto the sand, or mats that are on the sand. After Sandy, we had ugly, but that's subjective. We had neon blue benches that were placed on the boardwalk temporarily. I've asked numerous times, where are they? Because at one point I thought, well, gee, let's put them on Main Street now that we have those pink benches on the boardwalk. I've never found out where they are. But clearly, we could utilize them and then not spend money on benches for the sand. Regarding the Memorial Day Parade, after the parade in May 2019, it was decided that the parade in the future would be moved to Main Street and we would not have any more vendors on the boardwalk that weekend. COVID hit. And then the next parade was the one we had last year. So I don't know what happened to the decision that was made after the parade in May of 2019. Mr. Cannon loves to make comments about my requirements for following rules. And I would like to observe and point out that frequently people that are not on the agenda get to come up here and speak, not during the public comments portion. And I personally resent the fact that they can come in here and not wait their turn. In addition, it's my understanding, and I've been told numerous times, to make sure I address all of my comments to the governing body. And I don't understand how someone can come in here, even this evening, and be allowed to face the public and not come in here and speak to this lectern and not give facts. And it's been the second meeting in 2 months that this person has behaved that way. And I'd like to remind you that the BBBCA, as important as it is, and the food pantry are their own 501c3s and are not part of the municipality of Bradley Beach legally. Their volunteerism and their applications have no place on our website. Interesting links could be helpful just in a whole community way. I've said that before. In terms of potential solutions, I'd like the legislators to consider legislating the right of privacy I have as a resident, and I will elaborate on that in a minute. The definition of handicap, because we can go back and forth over this, and my personal suggestion would be whatever the state claims is handicap is what we as the municipality would support. And yes, it's funny that you brought up, that it was brought up this evening about nepotism. I'd like to see our nepotism laws enforced and or tightened up. And I'd also like to see legislation as to, because we can't move we don't get results without legislation. And I said, you need to legislate every little nitpicky thing. You talked about replies to your communications from someone. How long do I need to wait for a reply? What is reasonable? 10 days? I don't know, but it clearly is offensive. And I bring up the right to privacy, and I discussed this with our new interim BA, and it was a lovely discussion, as his presentations and speeches this evening have been wonderful. Thank you very much. Because my privacy was violated beyond the repercussions that I can imagine. Years ago, when I was forced to give my email, or I couldn't have a locker, I was told that the person who I gave it to would never disclose it to anyone. Imagine my surprise when I got 3 emails from Community Pass. Now, I didn't know I got them because that email, quite honestly, goes to my end-of-life people for anything that is pertinent to my existence. When I answered the phone, they said, I'm glad you're not dead. How dare that information be given out? And then, when I come into Borough Hall to pay for my locker, and to have somebody enter my application, my date of birth is required? Really? I don't put this information online, and I should not be forced to. And more importantly, I should have been given a choice ahead of time. So again, let's legislate how this borough handles and respects right to privacy. And then, I wasn't even offered the handicap option. So I guess I got to now do a new submission. So maybe that's a training issue, I don't know. I was always told, if you're doing a job interview and they want you to pay for samples or give any sort of money, don't take the job. I also have never accepted I've never paid for an estimate for anything in my life. So the fact that you're entertaining spending this kind of money on an estimate is beyond my realm of comprehension. And if we're talking about pinching pennies, which I always do, why aren't our lights on, motion sensors? This light has been on for I don't know how many hours. let alone the hall lights, the bathroom lights. And when I drove by in the dark this morning, the lights in Borough Hall offices were on. Maybe, again, motion sensor would just eliminate a little problem. We own the parsonage as well as the church. Perhaps that can be a building to convert to offices. And if we're selling off, I know no decisions have been made, but maybe consider, again, thinking out of the box, because you can't think in the box. If you have, I don't know, let's say 4 lots from the church, 3 lots, however many lots there are, perhaps we the people could buy it and build the facility that we need. I don't know, because I don't know anything about zoning or any of that, but these are things that perhaps, I do believe it takes the village, and I know some people are arrogant and choose to do things themselves, but we are people that can contribute. And when there was COVID, people worked from home, and our government continued. So the fact that we're now being told we can't work from home, when I constantly said to the previous VA, are our Chromebooks and laptops up to date? Are we ready for another emergency? I never got an answer. And I would also like to be considered that,
You're at 5 minutes. You're at 5 minutes.
okay, other people had 8, 10. I'd
Yeah,
like you to
you're at
consider,
5
this is
minutes.
very helpful.
Will you please wrap it up?
I'm trying to, but you're wasting my time. Other people, it confuses votes when things are bundled, I'll use that word, or combined. So you might get more things passed if you have separate votes for separate things, separate votes for separate companies, and just leave those ones that there's disagreement on maybe out there. And you could make some progress in some ways. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Yes.
Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brindley Ave. I wanted to just reiterate the communications issue I mentioned before. Clearly, with the mayor and council communications issue, employees not feeling confident to ask for back pay, and now I have a third one I'd like to add on. Today I called the borough office about the mercantile license that Tom mentioned before. And I called just to get an update on the reimbursement, if we're gonna get one. And I spoke to someone named Allison, who she did clarify later in the call that she was covering someone and was new. But she had a lot of different answers for me regarding this mercantile reimbursement. She first said, municipalities don't do reimbursements. That was number 1. I said, well, I see reimbursements on the bills list all the time, so that doesn't make sense. Well, you can contact Michelle. I said, I can contact Michelle, but Michelle was the person who confirmed why Tom got his check back standing there the other day. So then she said, well, you could talk to your governing body. And I said, well, they don't handle mercantile applications. So I said, I'll follow up with Michelle. About 10 minutes later, I got a phone call of her apologizing because she said, I think I handled that poorly and I feel like you maybe felt like I had no answer for you or I didn't want to help, and I appreciated that very much. However, since we're on the topic of customer service and shareholders and customer service being a priority, that was a very poor way to answer a call regarding a reimbursement that has been on a mercantile fee that has been demanded by our business for all the years since we've been open. So I just think that that has to be definitely dealt with, that maybe be kinder on the phone just in customer service needs. That's all I called for. So with that, hold on a minute. Mayor, you had to call point of order in this room before. We have sat for hours in this room for previous meetings where Sedembrino presented twice, if I'm not mistaken. There was no mention at all about this roof on this building being part of those plans. So when this news all just came in as a surprise this evening, and you sit to explain that 18,000 was part of this building, I'd expect that there would be huffing and puffing in this room on top of having a 20% municipal increase in our taxes. This may take months, as you say, but we need way better preparation, presentations, and pricing. We need transparency, honesty, and professionals working with us when we ask for other options. Frankly, it's a waste of our time when only you get to decide what this borough needs, what professionals we hire, and what bids we decide on. We are the taxpayers. We are the shareholders. We are the customers. And we get to do things together, not just the strong mayor. I'm exhausted of fighting this battle. We just need you to start working with everyone. Stop reminding us of your strong mayor title. You get to choose the perspective of everything else that falls under the strong mayor Faulkner model. But you continually only choose the perspective of the strong mayor role. That to me is you trying to be our dictator. It is uncomfortable, and it's time it changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll go to Zoom. We've got Kristen Mahoney.
Hi, Kristen Mahoney, 200 Lorraine Avenue. I just have one quick comment and then I have a question. I too am kind of, sickened and saddened by all these vacuums and silos that are going on with the issues regarding the Biasi building, going on regarding, the budget. I just want to, reiterate without saying it because we don't have time, what Julie said, what Brigitte said. We are your clients. We may also be the shareholders, but I don't think much is going to get accomplished by the way things are being handled. I voted Al back in because of his knowledge, because of what happened last year with the budget, and what I see now is happening with the budget, which is really making me very nervous, and it's painful as a shareholder / client to sit here and watch this meeting go this way again. It's really disgusting to me. The other thing I'm here talking about is the fact that I applied for a dog license exactly a month ago today, on March 22nd. I filled out the forms that now could be done online, and I thought that would be fantastic. And I received a note saying they received all my information, and now it is March 22nd, and I still have received nothing in return about my dog license. I called 2 weeks ago, and I was told by somebody in the office that they are running behind. And so now I have a dog with no updated license. And this is a problem because our dogs need to have updated licenses. So I was wondering if anybody knew what was going on with the animal control officer in Bradley Beach and getting our dog licenses.
This is the first that I've heard of it. All I can say is I'll look into it and see what's going on. I wasn't aware that there was a problem yet.
Okay. It's nice to be able to do things online, but it's, a month is an awful long time. I mean, I'm nervous to walk my dog in Asbury Park lest I get, some big fine for having an unlicensed animal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy. It's Mary, but it says Cindy.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you very much. I'll be brief, and guess what,
Just say your name and
Can you
address.
provide your name and address?
Wait, so sorry. Mary Baxter, 218 4th Avenue. I'm gonna put my timer on and keep myself to 5 minutes or less. Just a couple of observations. because I had to be on Zoom tonight. You know, J&J has a great mission. It is probably the most well-known mission of a life science company globally, right? I used to work for a similar company, and we had a mission of making a difference in people's lives. That was great too. But I don't think that's mutually, I don't think either one of those missions are mutually exclusive from having a transparent process. I mean, yeah, we all get bids, we're getting our own roofs, but in both our companies, when we competed, we had procurement departments, and they were spread out between political and all the groups, because they were, for them, you know, it was not a one-person decision. There was a one final in that case, but it was a buying group, and I do tend to agree. I don't know what the right amount is. I certainly wouldn't want the council involved in minutia. That's my personal opinion. But I think on some of these larger things, and I also want my council prepared. And nobody can prepare, I guess, except possibly the mayor, Mr. Fehrenbach, and maybe Meredith, I'm not sure, if you're getting things right before. And I've seen that happen at prior meetings, I feel like. I think that's a poor process. I think there should be some time frame. Listen, I know what it takes to get a report out. And I don't know the right time, but it's got to be more than whatever it was, an hour or two before the meeting. So just what I see as a process opportunity. And our companies, so with the procurement, and so you guys are our buying group, our procurement group. And that's how I think of that. I can't tell you for what types of projects or how much, but you know, that's just a point of view. Regarding, I really don't want to talk about the roof of the Biasi Center. I just want to tell you an observation sitting on the couch here. For a while with the questioning behind that, I felt like I was watching three-way ping pong between the mayor, Councilman Gubitosi, and Mr. Fehrenbach, the BA. And it got a little long, and I felt like I was hearing a lot from the three of you, ping-ponging. I would like to hear more from other council members and have the opportunity, and I don't know, I'm not telling you how to do it, but each of you should be actively soliciting the opinions of the others. Because that's what we want to see. We want to see that interaction. We don't want to hear, well, I can barely respond because I got it 5 minutes ago. But that's what we want to see. And listen, I'm a supporter of Al, for sure, but, and I love what you do, and I love you have that financial acumen, because it's really important. But the whole thing with the one vendor, and this is what I felt like, Mayor, and you are not trying, you're not trying to do this, and the VA. I felt like it's a reasonable request, right, with your procurement departments, they're gonna ask, or at least 3 bids, depending on what it is. And I would assume, I don't know who does that in our borough, I assume it would be the BA or whoever. I don't understand what 35, you hire a consultant, or I don't know what that means, but it's pretty common practice where, whether it's in a corporation or a house, or I would hope in a borough or town. So I didn't see that as an outlandish request, but there was a lot of the BA and the mayor, and again, it's just an observation, I'm just not criticizing, but you threw everything but the kitchen sink at Al about why you could not get multiple bids, and, you know, lives were at stake and so forth. Now listen, one thing we can all agree on, our employee safety is number 1. I totally get that. And number 2, we want to have safe buildings that serve our purposes. So no problem there. But I'm over. So anyway, I will quit for now. stay true. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Yeah, Randy.
Yeah, Randy.
Randy Bennell, 506 Third Avenue. I'd like to shed a little perspective on things tonight. I'll start with Eileen Shishius's comments about events on the beach. Larry, long before you were here or even involved, which isn't that long ago, it's only about 2.5 years ago, you were non-existent. I did a lot of research, and there's only one thing that promotes beach revenue, and that's hot weather. We had a Memorial Day festival where it was 50 degrees, and then 3 weeks later, in July, it was 90 degrees, and the beach badge sales were 4 times. So when you say that Memorial Day Festival promotes business, no, that's incorrect. You're misinformed, and you haven't done your homework. And I'll give another perspective here. A couple years ago, when we striped Newark Avenue, you put out a memo, and you actually signed as a representative of the council, and it had to do with the striping. And in defense of the striping and all of the residents who said that it didn't bring any more parking spaces, you said that Avakian did a study and found that we lost 1 or 2 spaces because of the parking. And I responded to you by saying, did you do a control study? And the answer was no. Avakian didn't do any studies before we striped it to find out what the parking quantities were. So, in effect, you lied to the public. Okay? No, I'm not done.
Well, you are done in that.
And I made it very clear to you that you were never to put out another letter with my name on it saying that I agreed with the study that you did when it was incorrect and had no control study.
Number one,
Thank you very
I
much.
never put a letter out
Good
signed
night.
by the council, I'm sorry, yeah. Okay, good night. It's unfortunate, but we're not going to engage when you start making.
Deal with goodbye.
Okay, there's no one else, so we will.
What about emails?
No. Yes. I'm sorry, one last one. There are no emails. If there are, they're captured in the, you have to come up. They're captured in the, Erica's email.
My name is Constantine Bartis, attorney ID 03756-1998. I represent Mr. Anthony DiPaola, homeowner on 414 McCabe Avenue. Regretfully, he was issued a stop work order, notice of violation, and has been lingering with neighbors complaining, public wealth, welfare, and safety endangered, and basically made a pariah of because of a requirement that the town has imposed on the homeowner having an obligation to go before a council, yourselves most respectfully, which has never happened. We were told that it was on the agenda. Obviously, it doesn't seem to be on the agenda.
It is not the agenda.
And to the extent that it is, what's appalling to me is that a land use board would not at least tell the homeowner, let's get the approval from the council before they spend almost $500,000 on something that the council is going to vote no on, or something that the applicant could have been readily available on other occasions, rather than have to sit for 5 hours and pay a professional for coming here to be facing the uncertainty of approval or rejection some 5 hours or 4 hours into a meeting. And what's appalling to me about this is that he's already built a house. And he's already been punished. But irrespective of what the members of this council and the mayor do, he's got to go before a county to appeal the decision that was issued by a building official, yet he had a resolution. And the engineer says, well, we told you, Mr. Homeowner, that this is what you have to do. And I respectfully note, Asbury Park doesn't do it, Belmar doesn't do it, Avon doesn't do it, Belmar, Lake Como, do not do it. Procedurally, it's done a lot differently. And what's really hurtful to people that are trying to do things and not waste the council's time or the professionals within this town's time is that it's all done in an efficient manner. So now we find ourselves at almost 11 p.m. with the uncertainty and a house that's basically been condemned by the town by shutting this property down. Because that's what's happened. It's been condemned by virtue of the act of the building department taking the violation and handing it to the homeowner. Yet, what I still can't seem to understand is how this is not put on the agenda first. Shareholders, corporate policy, I've heard it all tonight. The people are who count, and everybody here may have a personal agenda, but I'm a hired gun. I'm here with the professional counsel. I'm here with the business administrator. I'm here with the esteemed members of council and the mayor, the chief of police. And here I find myself having to say, so now we've been shelved yet another week. Yet another week, and no matter what happens tonight, the property was built for naught. This poor guy should sue me. I should notify my malpractice carrier, because at the end of the day, why did he move to this place? To hear all this. I concluded, whether they approve it or whether they don't, I'll take the legal recourse because they have to revisit this. The town has to revisit this. You don't allow a homeowner to build something, be shut down, punished, and then tortured, because now, if he is rejected, the elevation on the house has already changed. We've got a problem, Houston. It's a big one. And I'm sorry that I'm frustrated, but I work. I'm in my office at 7 a.m., conscientiously. I've lived in this town since I was born, and I've never, ever seen something like this. I could expect to see it in Athens, Greece. I could expect to see it in the Ukraine, but I don't expect to see it here. It's just terrible. I'm not withdrawing the application, but clearly, at this time of the night, how can the town effectively render any effective business decision? Especially when I have to be tortured to have to listen to the whole moribund public meeting before a member of this town can even complete a business matter here. That's what's terrible. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will conclude public comments, and we're going to make a motion to go into executive session pursuant to New Jersey Statute 10-4-13.
Council.
So there'll be no further action taken. There should be about 30 to 40 minutes.
Council President DeMarco?
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Very sorry. That's my mother. Very sorry. Very
That's one of the ones you told me.
Saw you trying.
Great.
I saw it actually across on the line.
It's just BA, Bradley Beach, and J.
You know the rest. It's BA.
Thank you.
But I just want to point out.
Only 4 hours.
Lights, wait a minute, here, lights, advertising Newark.
Oh, this is one.
You know,
15 minutes, sorry, 1 block, that's 2 blocks. 1 block.
I didn't realize, because I talked to Jack's father, he's going to talk to.
Yeah. Not that much.
Didn't they ask you to turn the step so they decided that was going to be better? Yeah. So is it the run or is it a separate?
It's a shutdown.
Hi, I've talked to Annie. I'm actually the new Bradley Beach beat reporter for the Coast Guard. Jack Dexter actually, he took a job in the Coast Guard. So
You know why?
Huh? Why?
You know why?
Coast Guard and Coast Guard.
Bradley Beach.
Oh, well, he had spring like heights too, so it balances out. Good to meet you, Mr. Mayor Fox. Sorry. Would I be able to get your email address just so I can shoot you an email? Yeah, sure.
If he would have tossed it to me, I would have absolutely. You know, like. Bradley Beach. Correct, yeah. I don't entertain you, it's not, I'm saying it was not.
It's outside. So you can call me out. Good. You like that song?
I did like that song. I like the Chevy Chase video.
Angels in the Architecture. Would I be able to get earmuffs?
Engineer, inspector, because it was in drawings, the drawings were approved, well, that's, we called it a footing inspection, and they're going to inspect it.
I'm ready.
What's it all about? Yeah, the drawings keep going, but you start for down here, and I thought, we did it so long, disappear, signing doesn't file. So, then the next person sells it,
They bring these people to fire.
Same Ron, same Ron.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. I'm Alex. I'm the new Coast Guard operator. First of all, one
Oh, right, okay, so, yeah, I might need your phone number. Okay, great. No, that's right. Thank you. So when, how did Jack?
He actually, he's going.
All right, I'll see you later.
Tell me your number.
Yeah, so there's a hole.
Yeah, thank you. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. We're just telling them what's going on.
All right, I just called you. And then tell me your first name again.
Alex?
We worked on it on Friday.
It's Alexander, yeah, Alex.
Okay.
My family's still
Okay, and your last name?
Got it, H-Y-E-R.
Because it's
Okay.
that's all the
Yeah, it's nice.
Again, Bradley Beach at the beach.
Got it, okay.
Or Ava. Yes, sir. All right, perfect. Everything for you guys. And I'm looking forward to corresponding with you guys.
Thanks for saying it.
Which is why
It's my job.
Yeah, that's cool.
No problem.
So I looked up through it, and we're just trying to swear.
Thank you.
We should be okay, all right?
Okay, so the next meeting, I'll just watch it online and get it going.
Hopefully they'll get a resolution approving the encouragement.
Tony, whatever.
No, we've been working on it.
Appreciate it.
I don't want you to think you're.
Just trying to build my
That's the
house.
easiest problem I got.
I'm not a developer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, we come back out.
That's why I'm coming out.
And
I'll go Hopkins Law, Michelle, that, because technically we have to.
yeah, we have to open up this soon.
Yeah.
So,
Roll. Hey, great job tonight. Oh.
I used to be a clerk a long time ago. Forgot something.
this is nice and cool in here.
Yeah.
I've been here lately, it's like 95 degrees, and I'm like ready to.
I guess it's, because everybody left.
I think it's chilly at night.
Yeah.
Summertime, it gets like foggy in here.
Motion to adjourn? Oh. But you said you left it on.
You're on there, right?
You're on.
We're on.
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Council President DeMarco.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeNoble.
Yes.
Councilman Gubitosi.
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Thank
Have
you.
a lovely
Thank you,
evening.
everyone.
Thank you.
Michelle, thank you. Please tell Alice when I said thank you.
I will.
Greg's oral.
Makes it easy, right?
Greg and Greg.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Luckily, I don't talk about you guys. I don't know if it's starting to get confusing.
That's okay, I'll just blame it on him. I'll see you guys soon.
I
I'll see you on Friday.
But
You drove over, right?
Great question.
You want to write it?
I don't think it's too early.
The reason I felt like this
Might be a
was
student.
Garrison.
Friday the 24th.
On Bradley Beach meeting,
Ray Truna, in person, 11, I have 11 to 1.
Garrison's professor.
Okay.
They have really chunks.
Oh, okay.
You declined it.
Somewhere, Chalk River, just go to play. Somebody-
Yeah, I declined it because,
Second hole, somebody says, hey, where do you live? I said, "I'm in Bradley Beach."
I've got 2 interviews
I
at
said,
that
well,
point.
me too.